of Connecticut blight codes. The state code also allows the town to charge the property owner for the town official's time while involved in managing a blight property, and that's code 7-148FF. So in closing, the council is well advised to open an investigation concerning the matter. The facts are clear, and it's a blighted property remaining in the same condition it was at the beginning of the process. Again, as Joyce had referenced, when over $90,000 in collectible fines were assessed under the direction of 2 previous town manager and the town of Weathersfield attorney, per Bonnie Therian. And I would just like, perhaps town manager, Mr. Presley, refused to continue fining the property owner and stated that he has a cooperative property owner, but it doesn't appear that way. And it is clear the matter should be referred to an appropriate state official for further investigation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Linda.
That's okay.
I'm going to move this and just hand it back.
Well, here, I'll sign it too. Good, good. I'm here to
Linda, can you just state your name and address?
Oh, I'm sorry. Linda Case, 103 Park Avenue. I'm here to try to rescue a cut down of one of Weathersfield's most distinctive trees on that avenue. I have lived at 103 Park Avenue for 35 years, and I have continuous joy every time I come to the street. And I've said this at past meetings, but it bears repetition. That street, there's a reason that it's so enticing. It was designed 100 years ago by a very prominent New York landscape firm. And it follows today what we call the new urbanism. It's so touted of what makes a beautiful street because there's a focal point. You enter from Knott Street or from Cumberland, and it has this feeling of being ushered into a beautiful stage because there's the green in the middle and with the originally the tree-lined sides. Now, it's been compromised over the years, but it's still very lovely. But imagine my shock this very morning on my walk, where I have one of the magnificent oak at 103. Further down is what I call the twin, or the sister, is one in front of 79 Park Avenue. And it kind of defines that part of the street. And I think it's almost like a needless cut down. Everything in passion should be done to protect a mature tree, which has been decreed by the Shade Commission as 95% okay. I just want to paint a picture of what it's like. I work at Discovery Academy Magnet School, which is at the end of the street, as a jewel, and to walk down that street in the morning with my goldfish crackers and the lunch, and it's just a joy. You know, we talk so much, I could cry about kids today and the meaninglessness and depression. This street is like Homestead. Can you imagine in the psyche what a beautiful street does? So it's funny, I'm very aware of safety, and in my walks, if I see empty branch or limb, I call the town. But during this time when we talk about this heat wave, and we can barely get a breath sometimes, the idea of having the 2 anchors still there, it would be criminal thing to cut that down, and everything possible should be done to prune it, to preserve it. I mean, we do it, it's for our own interests. Let me just see what else. It would change the character of the street. If you look at streets, say, off Jordan Lane, they're nice, modest houses like Park Avenue, but they're, say, treeless, and it has a whole different character. All these things are important. It's not willy-nilly. The idea of a definition, where the signs are, the overarching greenery. So I will go to the international level UN to fight for that tree. And I know sometimes I get up here, but it's always lovers' quarrels of Wethersfield. And many things after, I'm proud and excited to say that you have done some of the things. I mean, it took 20 years, some of the things, but I just want to say this is personally, I can't say life and death, I would live, but it goes to the core of what I believe Wethersfield should stand for and what we should do today environmentally. And just to repeat, from the report, I discerned that it is 95% okay, the whole cover. There was something that fell, but ironically, I had called a few months ago, and I think I called before a branch fell. But anyway, so I'm now guilty that I probably set this whole thing in motion. Anyway, if you have any questions, I walk through town, and I'm an observer of the things that are beautiful, but a critic sometimes of things that we somehow let go. And this is in that, it's called willy-nilly, whether it's signs or hither and thither. But the idea of where you already have a beautiful structure, we've got to attempt to preserve it.
Linda, just before you
Yes.
leave, if I'm not mistaken, the town arborist has a meeting with you. Do you know about that?
Yes.
It's been scheduled?
I'm delighted because the arborist is in favor of keeping it. So I don't know where this came from. If I sent Matt a picture and now I had a picture from like 18 years ago, which is like heaven. But you said, can you send a new one? I just quickly went out. It's not aesthetically, it doesn't capture it. But you see the tree, it's radiant, and it's the brother, sister tree, the anchor, the bookend. And it'd be so forlorn. I mean, it's being chipped away, but it's still there. The green is still there. Some trees are a little bit in distress on the green. But the mature tree is what I particularly care for, because even from what I read, they provide the most oxygen and the most shade and the most cleaning and the beautiful effect. Certainly all leaves do, but this idea of cutting down a 95% good tree would be criminal.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Carol Lawrence, and I've resided at 168 Morgan Circle for 56 years. When I moved to this town, there was plenty of farmland and land to build. In fact, our street was originally a cul-de-sac which bordered a cow pasture. After a few years, houses were built, and I can say the neighborhood has never been the same. Constant traffic and lots of noise. As many of the people who have lived in this town for many years know, there were farms in Old Wethersfield owned by the Morris and Anderson families. In our section of town, there was the Keisha Farm. There are a couple of areas that were farms and have been designated as open areas not to be used for building. Anyone who lives in our area knows that a sports complex does not fit the area. That is as it is now, with all the new houses that have been built. There is a great deal of traffic on a daily basis, and when kids are playing sports at Highcrest, there are so many cars that the parking flows over into the neighborhoods, and it's difficult to traverse Highland Street, Collier Road, and Highcrest Roads. The last thing we need is more traffic. Instead of a sports complex, the farmland should be used to promote farming. A learning center could be established and used by the public school system so that children and adults could learn how to grow food, learn the importance of taking care of land and soil so that we can protect the bees who pollinate our food. And I'll just stop there for a second, because when you go out and sit in your yards in the next few days, I want you to take note. There are very few bees flying around to pollinate. Our garden this year is not doing as well, and I've looked and I've only seen 2 bees. Part of that is because people do not realize the destruction by spreading all kinds of chemicals on their lawns, pesticides. So it is my hope that we learn how to protect this land. This is a golden opportunity for us. It's organic farmland. We could all learn something about farming so that in the future, should there not be farms to give us food, that we could provide it for ourselves. Also, it would help to protect the wildlife, the animals that we have. We've built so much in our town. I can tell you, I have a zoo in my yard. I have every kind of animal. The only thing I haven't seen yet is a bear. So I'm telling you, we need to protect this land. There is not much land left in Weathersfield. And I note, too, that there's building of houses, and they're putting them in little spaces now. I don't think that's proper either. So I would ask that everybody try to consider this, and that the sport complex would not feed yourselves. Let us preserve this natural gift that we have been given to our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence.
I'll just do a ditto. Hi, my name is Kimberly Lawrence, and I also reside at 168 Morgan Circle. I'm actually going to start tonight with a quote by Theodore Roosevelt from one of his speeches from 1910. "There is a delight in the hardy life of the open. There are no words that can tell the hidden spirit of the wilderness, that can reveal its mystery, its melancholy, and its charm. The nation behaves well if it treats the natural resources as assets which it must turn over to the next generation increased and not impaired in value." I start with this quote because President Roosevelt was a man of courage and conviction to make sure the land and its inhabitants were protected. Nature is hands down the most incredible gift, and we should all revere it and preserve it while we are here. Without the wildlife that now roams our neighborhoods, because we've overbuilt, we would not be here today. Without the countless farmers who work tirelessly and thanklessly, we would also not be here today. So I am showing up this evening to make sure you realize that Keisha Farm should stay open space, farming space, and space for education and nature trails. This is not about power and money and how you can... I revised this. I'm being as good as I possibly can right now. My mom told me I had to. This is not about power and money and how you can benefit from your post on the council. It's about the legacy you leave. It's about how you honor the responsibility of your post here on the council to work in the best interest of everyone in this community and not for a select few. The sports fields are at best a waste of precious organic farmland, and we are gardeners. That is gold. That is absolute gold that you're wasting. It's also destruction of open space where the entire community can thrive, and the nature around it already thrives. While I absolutely agree that children should have places that are safe and maintained to play their games, I don't believe that it is necessary to go to the great lengths that you are attempting here. I turned 50 a week and a half ago. I grew up here, and I have lived most of my life in Weathersfield. What used to be a beautiful rural landscape has become crowded with excessively large houses that take away from the beauty and that have used up tremendously valuable natural resources in the process. Monetary gain is usually at the forefront when it comes to growth like this. If we have learned anything positive from the infamous COVID tragedy, it is that we truly only need the most basic things in life to sustain: food, water, shelter, and air. As we overdevelop these lands and destroy the sacred soil, trees, and the habitats like those at Keisha Farm, we destroy humankind and animal kind as we know it. This is about so much more than a sports field or two. It's about the destruction you leave in the wake of your profit-based decisions. God bless you. I need for everyone to go home this evening and think about why you are doing what you are doing and for whom. Because if it's not for the good of the entire community, then you need to stop what you are proposing and get on board with those of us who see the bigger picture. The future of Keisha Farm as a farm and open space. Thank you.
Saw your hand up earlier.
Hi, my name is Kristen Segreto, and I live at 45 Stonegate Drive. My backyard overlooks Keisha Farm property. We get to enjoy its beauty. We get to watch the deer eating the grass among the many other animals like foxes, bunnies, and yes, coyotes. The property is special. It has character and history, and it should be preserved and enhanced. Using the property to host community events like the concerts last summer will honor the history and uniqueness of the property while giving a chance for more people to enjoy it. I hope that you consider all of the recommendations put forth and use the space to serve the whole community, not just the few, while preserving its natural beauty. Thank you for your time.
Hi, everybody. My name's John Scott. I'm a Weathersfield resident and have a lot to say. I was here a while back and, I heard some double talk. Didn't write anything down, so I wrote some stuff down with my wife last night, and I've got more to say than this, but I'm going to read what I wrote down, what we wrote down here. Okay, so we are writing this letter, in opposition to the proposed sports fields, including a snack concession on Keisha Farm. We live on Morgan Circle, and this will, right between the Lawrences and Kim there. And I was living down the street before the circle was there, All the animals go to water, including the bears. You just don't see them. That's why they see them up in the golf course, because they're out in the open, which is right next to Keisha Farm. Anyway, I get off the track. Keisha Farm, we live on, we live on Morgan Circle, and this will greatly affect our quality of life. We understand that these fields are going to be used for travel lacrosse. Now, I just heard about this yesterday. Travel lacrosse. Okay. I had to ask about that. And travel, what is this? I'll keep on track. These fields are going to be, as opposed to residential use, this area is not commercially zoned. It's not an appropriate location for this complex. Two Stone and Caillou brooks run through this property. These brooks go through many residential yards, including mine and theirs. And in fact, there's, I'm off the track again, there's, all these old mills that used to be there. Grist mill, copper mill, stocking mill. Behind my house, there's part of an ancient brownstone building in the brook. And, this is all stuff that's like, this is our history. Okay, off track. Okay. These brooks supply 2/3 of the water that flows through Mill Woods and Mill Woods Park Pond. Okay? It's on its way to the Connecticut River. Okay? These things are going right over these brooks. Not good. Okay. Okay. This will be a travesty. Highland Street is very narrow, and people will be constantly parking on it, and anyway, on track. When they have games in the already existing fields, only one car can fit at a time at a very slow rate of speed. This is Griswoldville. Ville, short for village, and that's why we all live here. That's why I moved here, well, on track. And because of the quaint atmosphere, yet so close to the city, our way of life will be altered forever if this plan moves forward. Highland Street cannot be widened. Traffic lights and traffic officers will be necessary to control continual out-of-town traffic. People will be moving out and property values will go down if this plan is approved. Please consider what the residents of this town want. 71%, last time I was here, voted for passive recreational use. We have spoken with other community members, and we will not accept this plan. Okay? Thank you. I got more, but maybe, I got some good stuff, but maybe I'll let it be at this point. Okay, thank you, everybody.
That side, yes.
Sean Fuss, 193 Clovercrest Road. Good evening, Mayor Rell, members of the Town Council, and Mr. Presley. I would first like to comment on the artificial turf field and then follow up with questions about Keisha Farm. I think that using ARPA funds to build an artificial synthetic turf field is an inappropriate use of these funds. The DEEP found in a study in 2010 there's an environmental risk due to stormwater runoff from these fields. There's an ever-growing body of research showing the increased risk of lower body injury to athletes who play on these fields. And lastly, there's the financial piece. Catone Field was built in 2004. It lasted 13 years and was replaced in 2017 for $1.5 million, which I understand was part of the high school renovation, so the town really didn't see that money coming out of its budget. If the current iteration lasts as long as the first, it will have to be replaced in 7 years, 2030. For at least $1.5 million. This additional field that you are proposing using the ARPA funds will be $1.5 million, but it's government money not coming out of the town budget. If it is installed in 2024 and lasts, say, 13 years, it will have to be replaced in 2037, which is 7 years after Catone gets replaced. This doesn't seem very fiscally responsible. Where is this money going to come from? Also, please remember that the year that a turf field is replaced, that cost will be significantly, if may use exorbitantly, higher than the maintenance cost of a grass field that same year. So some questions about this. What happens when the federal government audits your allocation of ARPA funds and determines that building a field is not an appropriate use? Should we be building artificial fields when our state legislature has proposed a bill that would prevent these types of fields from being built? Maybe they're onto something. Other cities and states have already banned them or put moratoriums on them being built. And the last question is, where is this field going to be put? Now, there's a lot of questions I have here, so I'm not sure if my remaining 5 minutes will last, so I'm just going to pass these along, if that's all right for you to review. First question about Keisha Farm. Why haven't impacted constituents been made part of this planning process for the outcome of Keisha Farm? Not that anyone wants to committee anything to death, but you created a Keisha Farm committee. Why are they and the neighbors not part of this planning process? Putting out plans and hoping for comments at meetings or social media is a really inefficient way to plan something. How does this plan satisfy the majority of the Keisha Committee survey who wanted passive recreation, community farming, and education? What is the plan for the portion of Keisha with the barn? Has there been an archaeological study done to see if there's evidence of American Indians? Sidewalks for Keisha side of Highland and Collier, have you budgeted money for putting in these? Bathrooms, those require sewers. No sewers currently exist on Keisha. Are they even on that portion of Highland? It doesn't seem to look that way, as there's no storm drains that go into the asphalt. Where would be the funding for this? What is the timeline of this? Has any of this gone out to bid? What types of fields will they be? Natural, artificial, multi-purpose, or for one type of sport? Who will use these fields? High school, parks and rec? Tournaments? I mean, concession stands kind of means tournaments. That kind of leads you to lights, question mark? Renting fields to outside towns? What about Millwoods? There's field space there. Where's the... I'd say I'd be here all night, but I probably only have about 2 minutes left.
You might end on a high note.
That's true. Maybe I should skip these questions. Where's the data to show that 2 or 3 more fields need to be built, especially if we can't already maintain the current fields that we already have? There is... I know that there's fields in disrepair and we need new fields, but we can't already afford the ones that are already here. Why are we going to put in new ones that are probably going to be more expensive? Why put these fields east to west? The sun's going to be in those athletes' eyes all time long. That just makes no sense whatsoever. A CSA, great idea, but one field, it's not going to be a sufficient space to run any kind of operation. Has there been a traffic study about the impact on Collier or Highland or Highcrest? What about a noise study about the impact to the surrounding neighborhoods? Has there been an environmental impact study on the wetlands on this property? And lastly, the proposed fields with the proposed parking lots, the proposed fields will fill up those proposed parking lots. How will you address the parking on Highland during the sports season? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, in the blue? Nope, right up front with the glasses.
Good evening. My name is Tamitha Wolfel. I live at 76 Collier Road. I am here also to discuss Keisha Farms. I would like to take it more on a personal note, especially to Mr. Rowell and Mr. O'Connor. As I stated in my email, I would like to see this scenario play out. Imagine on Broad Street, you decided to put in 3 fields.
Pickleball.
With those 3 fields, you also put in parking, plus you put in lights, and then you have the traffic parking all over the green. Would that affect your quality of life? Would that affect your family's quality of life? Keisha Farms is our Weathersfield Green. That is where we find our peace. There is more to life also than sports. To teach a child to grow food is a gift you give them for the rest of their life. We don't have that in our school programs right now. I just started growing my first garden 5 years ago, and I could only wish that I learned that as a child. For all of us to come together as a community and work as a community. For the sports, they will come and go. They're not going to stay in the sports, but that gift that we can give them will stay with them forever. And that is that part of it. Aside from, I hear you're proposing the artificial turf fields. Just let it be known that if it's over 85 degrees with 60% humidity, you can't even use the fields. They're unusable. And then there's our animal wildlife. In my backyard at all times, I have coyotes, bobcats, turkeys, deer. Where are they going to go? They're stuck in the center of a town, and we're just making it smaller for them and smaller. There's nowhere for them to go. They need a place in order to survive. And then there's the noise study. The noise will affect all aspects of the wildlife, of the community. Again, picture that on the green. You know how it would impact you. You know how the noise and the lights. Think about the kids. You're talking about the kids. What about a playground there? What about community gardens? I just drove through Farmington Meadows, and outside it was absolutely beautiful. There was 50, 60 people outside just farming all together, cohesively. It was my close friend's aunt who owned Keisha Farms. And I know for him that he does not live in town anymore, but it is absolutely abhorrent to him of the thought of artificial turf fields with the water leaching and seeping out into the Collier Brook, into the wetlands. And as was stated before, that water goes into Mill Woods where our children swim. So saying that we're doing it for the children, that's enough for me. Thank you.
Mary, and then this lady in the turquoise. Mary first, then you.
Good evening. Mary Breton, 209 Clovercrest Road. I'm here to address the one-page Keisha Farm master plan. The good news is it includes a farm, a CSA, event space, walking trails, and sheds some new light on recreational fields. The not so good news is there's still many questions and concerns raised by public that have remained unanswered for over a year, and now there are more questions. Also, there have been no community sessions orchestrated by this council, but before, during, and after the referendum, voters were assured that there would be, so that they would have a voice in the actual planning per protocol. The council majority strategy has been and still is to avoid analysis paralysis. And as a result, they attempt to make decisions with no plan and no answers for concerns raised. They have defied protocol and best practices used by municipalities for planning parks. They have not followed the recommendations of our experts, our own Parks and Rec, nor the Keisha Farm Committee who polled the public. Based on the behavior set by this town council majority over the past few years, the master plan agenda item tonight likely means that they are starting to plan to approve a sports field decision for Keisha in the very near future. We are no further along than we were a year ago. I want to be very clear on these next points. Tonight's feedback for this one-page master plan can in no way serve as satisfying the requirement for community engagement. The plan does not provide what is needed for a council vote or decision to be made. I know it says draft, and I can tell by the quorum we're not going to have a vote, but we didn't know that. You could have just as well had a vote on this. It doesn't provide what is needed for a vote. Nor does it for a council decision to be followed. We need more than a one-page draft master plan and 5 minutes of public comment serving as a proxy for community engagement. I'm hopeful you agree, but I'm not so confident that you do. My complete list of questions is submitted in the minutes. I will go over a few here, and the 3 that rose to the top for me was, will you be voting tonight? And I have my answer because we don't have enough folks. But when you vote, and I'm sure that you were ready to vote on this a year ago on a sports complex. What would that mean in terms of how set this plan is? Would the plan still be adaptable for after you receive the information that you need to do, like the research, the due diligence, the regulations check, the community engagement? And to that end, any vote that this council makes prematurely would be something like figuring out exactly the type of field, the placement of the field, the number of fields on this property. What is your time frame for the start of the field build if prior to conducting the required due diligence of what it really takes to make a master plan and check off all of those boxes, and to have the community feedback sessions, then that would be absolutely unacceptable if we were going to start an RFP and start field builders and signing contracts. We are nowhere near that. There is no need to rush for this tonight or in August or in the near future. ARPA funds are committed as I understand it, they need to be committed by the end of 2024 and spent by the end of 2026. You still have time to do the critical activity required to arrive at the right solution for the community as a whole. Further, how do you plan to address that over 350 resident petitioners oppose a sports complex on Keisha, and close to 600 resident petitioners oppose an artificial turf field on Keisha? Are these artificial turf fields? We can't tell from this plan. And how will those chemicals impact the rich farm soil and wetlands? And what's the latest scientific data? Not the 20-year-old information cited by counselors about Catone Field, but the latest. There are so many towns that are not doing this anymore. We deserve to know. When do you plan to reach out to the abutting neighbors of the fields? Nobody's gotten anything from this council. Stonegate, Collier, Clovercrest, Peach Hill. How about the folks who are directly impacted by the plans for these driveways? You're changing their property entirely. We see this on this plan. We don't know what to make of it. So in conclusion, we are not ready for a whole host of reasons, not the least of which is the lack of community voice. Community engagement is at the top of the list if you Google how to build a park. Also, the rationale as to why the fields at Mill Woods are not an option instead of Keisha. And
Mary, can you just...
I'm wrapping it up.
Thank you.
If and when a field were ever built on Keisha, a grass field would be more suitable, given all of the feedback. With a well-thought-out plan, you can easily mitigate the risk of analysis paralysis, but without it, we can easily risk full failure, running into cost safety issues, regulation violations, and missing the mark entirely on meeting what the public wants. Final thought. A counselor stated at the last meeting that the Friends of Keisha Farm took their ball and went home. That is not true. We never claimed to have the ball. The council has the ball or the power. But we did think we were on the same team. Yeah. And to be honest, it hasn't felt that way. The Friends has a valuable connection to the community and could serve this effort well. It would have been, or could still be, a great collaboration. Thank you.
You don't need to time me, I don't have much, I have nothing prepared. My name is Margie Gelfenbein, and I live at 37 Stonegate Drive. We were the first house to move in 47 years ago. We liked abutting right up to the Keisha Farm. It was nice and quiet, very peaceful, and our trees have grown beautifully. And I cannot imagine looking out into, I'm not used to public speaking. I can't imagine looking out to a sports. Everything is sports, 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 sports. I agree with everything that was said here tonight. You know, I'm getting a little bit older, and I'm being very selfish with what I have left. I would like to have some peace and quiet in my old age. When the Highcrest schools have recess, I can hear them, and they're just across the street from me, so I can just about imagine triple that, or how many you are planning. Anyway, I'm being selfish, and selfish for other reasons that everybody has spoken about tonight. So please, put on your thinking caps and think, would you like to be living where I live with the sports fields behind me? I've got three daughters, and they went through the Wethersfield school system. They were athletes, and I just cannot imagine this. So please, think about it, and put yourself in our shoes. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Tara Costanzo. I live at 92 Collier Road. I'm here against the master plan the town council has put forth. As someone who's been actively involved in the process for over 5 years, someone who helped rally people to vote for this piece of land because we didn't want it to go to a developer. I also sat on the committee that worked tirelessly to gather information and present our official findings, and I'm disheartened by the proposed sports complex. Throughout our surveys, data collection, and consultation with the University of Hartford, there's been no recommendation or support for sports complex on this property, and I'm just so bewildered that we're even here right now. I haven't heard one person come up here and say, I want a sports complex. Have not heard that once, have we? The community does not want it. And we should be working together, you know, sitting on the committee for the town for the first time ever. We've only lived here 10 years. And all I could hear through this whole committee is we cannot be biased. We can't put in our own personal opinion on what we want to happen on this farm. This committee works so hard, and we have been treated like lower class citizens by this town council, and it's not acceptable. So thank you for everyone that's here tonight in support. You are considering disrupting a quiet neighborhood. You are displacing animals. You can't even manage the properties or the fields that we have right now in town. One of my primary concerns is the viability of the sports complex as a stable revenue-generating entity. Sports are seasonal, and independent teams often come and go based on pricing. We have witnessed this firsthand in Vernon, Connecticut. I grew up in Vernon. It was beautiful. Now you drive on I-84 towards Tallinn, and it is a hot mess. The last parcel of land, we cannot allow this to become a hot mess after a couple of years. After every soccer at Highcrest, there is more trash on my street that I have to pick up or call the town to come pick up. I can only imagine if there's a couple hundred extra cars. After tournaments, what are they going to do if it's not their town? People love to throw litter around. It's disgusting. I would hate to see the last parcel of land that is so sacred become something that has become so political in town. We were supposed to work together for the better, for the legacy of ourselves, our children, our town. Additionally, the town council has not demonstrated any ability to properly maintain or care for current fields and parks. This is a reckless idea of building a sports complex only adds to my concerns. As a resident of Collier Road, I have not heard, just like they had said, from anyone on this town council. I bought my house when there wasn't going to be possible fields there. I love where I live. It is a beautiful area, and everyone I speak to says, why? Why would they disrupt a beautiful neighborhood? There are other places to do this. Why are you allowing every single person in this room to be so upset? It doesn't make sense. What's the agenda? What's the agenda? In conclusion, I strongly urge the town council to reconsider the proposed sports complex plan for Keisha Farm. Our community doesn't support it, obviously. And if you want to do something on that property, then you should do your best to reach out to the people in the community and do this together and not be against us. It's really sad, and it's in poor taste. It's in poor taste. Thank you so much. Thank you for the committee that still showed up. Everyone is amazing. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Stickley. I'm on 147 Collier Road. So I'm going to try to stand here before you without crying. The master plan that you've put together, it dumps out right in front of my house. My driveway, I'll be looking out my front door, be looking at the entrance to this master plan, to these 3 sports fields. Again, agree with everything everybody has said prior to me. One little, when I look at the plan, it's obvious to me as a homeowner that you haven't done your due diligence to understand the topography of that land. Where the road is, it drops down. There is a major gully. This town, in fact, has a paved gutter made of asphalt that takes the runoff water and dumps it right into Collier Brook. So Collier Brook comes underneath our house and goes, there's a sewer drain on my side, across the street, the brook goes out and it's an open outlet. Took a couple pictures this morning. Guess what's happening there? It's running with water. So in order to build that field that's adjacent in your master plan, think about the cost associated with having to raise that land up to make it level. If you have problems in Millwoods, go fix them, because you're going to have another problem here in Keisha Farm if you go ahead with that. I'm begging you to reconsider the traffic, the noise, everything everybody has said here, the disruption to the wildlife and our community. I didn't move to Collier Road 20 years ago because of the beautiful farm across the street. Never expected that I'd be looking at concession stands and cleaning toilet bowls. Like not anything, talk about our property values going down the drain. You need to think about us in the community. It doesn't belong here. It belongs in Millwoods, other places. How about Webb? How about the back end of Webb School? You got plenty of parking there. You got the tennis court and the softball field. Why don't you put a soccer field there? Has anybody considered that? One other thought about costs to the town. The expenditures that we currently pay today, I think it was at the last town council meeting, June 20th, a resident appropriately so documented the decline of the Cove. That is a beautiful gem we have in the town, but we're not taking care of it. But we're pivoting over here and we're spending money to build up this recreational area. So I implore you, I beg you to reconsider this plan. It doesn't belong in our neighborhood. What the referendum was, open space, community agricultural, walking trails, we have to get back to that. Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Eileen Candles, 106 Windmill Hill, and I'm here tonight without my husband, but Patrick Griffin, landscaper, is my husband. He was on the Shade Commission. He was part of the Millwoods Planning Commission that helped determine the Little League fields and where they would go, and he's a lifelong resident. I'm an interloper. I've only been here about 25 years. But still, we love this town, and a lot of the reasons why we love this town is because of the open space. It's because of the history. It's because of the Cove, it's because of Old Weathersfield, but it's because of protecting open space and about using it in ways that benefit our children beyond sports, which I would say we are a sports family. My husband was also, besides those commissions, was also a coach for multiple soccer and basketball teams, and always was on many of the fields around Millwoods. And to the point of so many people tonight, wrong space. Why are you thinking about a residential neighborhood when you go to any of these other sports complexes in other towns? They're in industrial parks. They're in places that are zoned commercial in old warehouse buildings or redone in those types of spaces, not in the middle of beautiful farmland that had brought us apples and corn and so many amazing different vegetables when the Keisha Farm stand was there. Please consider what all your voters want. Please consider what the people here tonight want. I benefited when all of you and an amazing bipartisan commission helped save Wilkes Farms, which is in my backyard. I get to benefit from that protected field and watch all the people who come there for passive recreation and walk those fields in the winter, in the summer, spring, fall. And it's beautiful to see. So thank you to the committee, and one last thing, or to the friends of Keisha Farms, for all the work that you've done, all the heavy lifting that you've done and rallying. But also thank you for the beautiful concerts that you provided last summer. That barn was so beautiful. The barn is, and it was such a treasure. I saw more people at those concerts that I went to last summer that I don't see at Bikini Coolers. I'm sorry, but it was a much younger crowd. There were families. It was quiet. It was controlled. There was nothing wild going on, but there was a great sense of community. And it's just a sad thing that whatever regulations you were putting upon the Friends of Keisha Farms to hold that again were put in place, because truly it was something that caused a lot less traffic than mini kickers do on really any weekend. And I don't quite know that mini kickers had to be asked to have cops come and regulate traffic or do anything else. So thank you again. Please, again, consider the opinions of your full town and not just people who want to have another sports field, when at Millwoods you have infrastructure, you have setup, you have parking, you have space. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Melissa Curran Perry. I live at 18 Clove Hill. I'm a lifelong Weathersfield resident. I've lived here for all of my 39 years, growing up in Old Weathersfield and now living in a residential area close to Keisha Farms. I've been so happy to see Old Weathersfield thrive while still maintaining so much of its historical charm. Now living on another part of town, I really am encouraging you to reconsider the master plan for adding an athletic complex. For most of us, it is not what we ever envisioned when we purchased our homes in that area of town, and I really think it would do a disservice to so many. As a parent of 3 active young children currently involved in town sports, I don't want anyone to assume that people with young children and kids involved in sports are all in support of this. Myself and many of our friends who have children on Highcrest Field, on the fields at Mill Woods, on Fuller Field, on the fields at Charles Wright, day after day, are not in favor of this plan. Being that I'm spending so much time on these fields, it is very clear that the town is unable to take care of the current athletic fields. There have been times when playing other towns, I've been quite embarrassed that this beautiful town I live in has bleachers with weeds growing through them, paint peeling off, where people are having to resort to go back to their car and grab a camping chair because they're not able to sit on the bleachers. The restroom facilities are inconsistently open at Mill Woods. Lights are not always on for night games at Mill Woods. If the town cannot maintain its current athletic facilities and can't fund an education budget, how can we be looking at building new additions? I would like the town to demonstrate a pattern of being able to upkeep the fields we have or bring those fields up to a place where they can be utilized, rain or shine. Many of the fields in Mill Woods that the younger Little League teams play on, once it rains, they can't play for a week. It is like mud back there. If the town could show a pattern of being able to keep those fields up where we can be proud of our current athletic facilities, I think this could be a slightly different story. But when we have all of these fields, it's disappointing that we can't even keep up what we have. My biggest question is, why aren't we even looking at Mill Woods as the town sports complex? There is a concession stand there that isn't even used anymore. With the open land that's there, like other towns, why can't we establish Mill Woods as our Weathersfield sports complex? My other questions would be, what are the plans for parking if fields are added, and then there's also soccer and baseball happening at the adjacent fields right at Highcrest? I'd also like to know that hopefully someday we will have a new Highcrest school. How will this impact that? My understanding is that that new building would be built where the current soccer and baseball fields are, which would be immediately across the street from this athletic complex. Has there been a traffic study that looks at that? Many people enjoy having their children walk to Highcrest School. What would that look like if we haven't even looked at the impact on traffic? I hope that you can reconsider. I was a big proponent of purchasing Keisha Farms. I really felt like it was the right move for our town to acknowledge our history, something to be proud of, being able to do something innovative with CSAs and farming. And I guess I'm just shocked that we're at this place where even the Parks and Rec Committee is making a recommendation to use Mill Woods. So when this master plan came out, I'm just surprised that it's even a proposal. So I urge you to please listen to everyone speaking tonight. We're here taking our time because we really care about our community. We care about our neighborhood. Thank you.
How do you call it? Keisha? Keisha? That's what that guy was. All right. Hello, Town Council. Town Manager Presley, Mayor Rell, and all of those in attendance this evening. Fantastic comments, by the way, so just want to So by way of reintroduction, my name is Sean Green. My wife Christina, who's over there, embarrassed that I'm talking in front of all of you, sorry honey, and along with our 3 children, live at 15 Stonegate Drive. And just so you folks know, where I live is right with the CLP. Right here. That's right there where the road's supposed to be going. Our 2 oldest children attend Highcrest Elementary School, and our 3rd will join them next year. Our kids participate in many activities and sports in town. We're members of the Church of the Incarnation, Pine Acres, and Weathersfield Country Club. And I proudly support that logo here tonight. I'm a den leader for the Cub Scouts and a Little League baseball coach. My wife, Christina, coaches soccer. We have built wonderful relationships in Weathersfield. You just heard from Missy Curran, great friend of ours. Well done. We love our town. We moved to our home in April of 2019 after living on Fox Hill Road for 8 years as we needed a bigger home to support our growing family. Again, my wife wanted 3, I wanted 2, she won. We could have moved to any town in the greater Hartford area, but we chose to stay in Weathersfield. We bought a home that was built in 2016, and as everyone here knows, new construction is rare in Weathersfield. The home is on a quiet street with a cul-de-sac, a short walk to Highcrest School, so like Missy's kids, our kids like to ride their bikes and walk to school. And, you know, we have this beautiful views of Keisha Farm and Weathersfield Country Club. My wife and I, we worked extremely hard to have this home to raise our family. And Lee Schwartzman's not here tonight, the coach of the swim team. You've heard from Lee in the past how hard he and his wife have worked, school teachers, to have that beautiful property next to the barn where there used to be concerts, and I'm way off script right now, I'm sorry about that. Bottom line is my wife and I were very fortunate to live in a wonderful community to raise our children, and we want what's best for them. We were well aware of the town that they bought Keisha Farm in 2018 for the purpose of recreational use. So my wife and I went to the town hall to inquire about the land. We were told that if anything was done at Keisha Farm, it would be done on the other side of the tree line and not on the CLP-owned land, CLP now Eversourced. Mayor Rell, you've assured me through this whole planning process that the town could do nothing on that CNP land. And the town would have a buffer between the fields and Stonegate Drive. Instead, the new plan has a road to the proposed Keisha Farm Sports Complex on that CLP-owned land. I mean, my wife's not speaking tonight. She sent you an email. We want to know, why were we lied to? I mean, I just don't understand that. So town council, well, not all of you are here, so the folks that are here, I want to go on vacation too this summer at some point. Town Manager Presley and Mayor Rell, I'm extremely upset and disappointed. We all are. I mean, how does this council go from there's nothing the town can do on the CLP land to now proposing a road on top of that easement? How is that possible? How does this council go from proposing 1 field on Keisha Farm to 3? And how can $1.4 million, and Sean, you were eloquently earlier, be appropriated from ARPA funding to cover the costs for 1 field, let alone 3? With roads, parking and concessions, how is that possible? Where's this money coming from? I mean, this is incredible. I've only been in town for a little over 10 years, not quite like some of the folks here, but where are the priorities? I mean, this town council should make the following issues a priority instead of Keisha Farm. Number 1, the elementary schools are terrible, are in terrible physical condition, and are very outdated. We must modernize our schools to make them safer for students and staff. It's embarrassing. Our schools are embarrassing. And these teachers are phenomenal, and they have to go to those conditions every day. I think my son said he sees rats or something in Highcrest. Again, off script. Number 2, the athletic fields are not properly maintained and in poor condition. We must improve our athletic fields, the current athletics fields in this town, to make them more enjoyable for our athletes. And this is the third comment that I haven't heard anybody say this yet. I think I'm the only one saying this. But the motels on the Berlin Turnpike, my God, they must be shut down. The drug use and human trafficking that goes on is disgusting, and it's a threat to this community.
Yes.
I mean, yet the town council remains fixated on putting an artificial field and sports complex at Keisha Farm. A lacrosse field, I think, is what you want, Mr. O'Connor. We already had, you've heard this from a lot of people tonight, we already have a sports complex in town. It's called Mill Woods. That's what it's called. I mean, if this council is so adamant about an I can't even say the word anymore, artificial turf field, put one in where, folks? At Mill Woods. Or replace a poor quality natural field with an artificial one. We can't even keep up with the fields we have now. You've heard that from people tonight.
Sean, can you just...
I'm wrapping up, sir. And if this town council wants concessions and bathrooms, put them in Mill Woods. You have an excellent opportunity to apply the $1.5 million of ARPA funds to transform the space at Mill Woods for this community instead of disrupting a neighborhood. This is it. One more. However, I strongly encourage this council to make improvements to our schools, fixing our fields and shutting down the motels on the Berlin Turnpike a priority. This is what's best for the interests of Weathersfield and Keisha Farm. It can wait. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Mark Pevern. I live at 14 Golf Road. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight. I've been in town for quite a few years, since '97. And I'm new to the Keisha Farms discussion. Okay, friends of mine, Tony and Tara, informed me what's going on. And I don't know why we're doing this. There's no reason for it. There's no reason to build more sports facilities. I have a 7-year-old maniac, okay? I chase him around. He plays soccer, he plays baseball, he plays football. He doesn't play lacrosse, but there's no reason. He doesn't need another field. He needs better fields that already exist. That's where the money should be spent. I live closer to Mill Woods than I do Keisha. The field should go at Mill Woods. Simple. Everybody has spoken eloquently here and much more informed than I am about it. But there's no reason for it. Simple as that. Spend the money somewhere else. Schools, Mill Woods, fields, whatever. Not Keisha Farms. Or use it for community that we all want there. We don't want sports fields there, period. Thank you for your consideration. Take everybody's comments to heart, because this town, we love the town. Old Weathersfield is now a booming place, booming. Nobody even knew Old Weathersfield was there 25 years ago. People want to come to this town, they want to live in this town, and they want to grow with this town. And so do I. I want to stay here. And I'm sure everybody else here agrees. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Mark. Tony, and I did see Jim had his hand up as well. Tony, yeah. Sure. After Tony, Jim.
I was going to say, maybe everybody should stand up and stretch for a quick second. Tony Costanzo, you already heard from my wife. Thank you all for being here this evening. I live at 92 Collier Road, the house right up against the farm. I actually had a long thing prepared here that I was going to read, but in light of time, I'd like to echo a few things. Number one, my wife, super passionate. I'm sure you guys can appreciate what she said. Everybody in this room probably can. It sounds that way at least. And then I want to echo something that one of my neighbors said, Tamitha, and I thought about this and I wasn't going to say anything about it, but what if what's happening or what you guys are proposing were to happen next to your house? How would that make you feel? You don't have to answer it. I'm just saying. How would that make you feel? The disruption of the wildlife that's there, what we were led to believe was going to be there, is a completely different story. I don't want to take up any more of anyone else's time. We've all heard from everyone here this evening, a lot of people. I echo a lot of what people have to say here. I strongly urge you guys to reconsider what you guys are thinking about doing right next to my house. Thank you very much. Appreciate everyone's time.
Jim Woodworth? Nope. I had Jim.
Wow. All this time I thought I felt like a voice in the wilderness, and then you people came here. Oh my gosh. Take that, Mr. O'Connor. You weren't here last meeting when Mr. O'Connor pointed at me and called me a liar. Can you believe it? Because all the people complained about the town council's postponing, accepting, approving the concerts for a month while the mayor consulted with his caucus. Mr. O'Connor wasn't there, so then you wouldn't believe the afterwards when they were trying to, people were saying, no, we didn't vote on those rules that you sent to us. You should have seen it. The Three Stooges had nothing on these guys, pointing to each other, trying not to take blame for what seemed to us like a mean-spirited rules. I'm sorry, I meant to start out positively, but I'm glad you're here because this is the enthusiasm behind what could happen at the Keisha Farm. It was a year ago when you first passed the proposal, the resolution or whatever it was, to site a sports complex at the Keisha Farm. And since then, as they've said, not one word from you to anyone in the community, not one word to us who had been on the Keisha Farm committee, not one word to us who formed the Friends of the Keisha Farm to carry out the recommendations by the Keisha Farm committee. But what I wanted to start out by saying was I wanted to give you a report. How poignant it is that we're here with the proposal to pave 3/4 of the farmland on the Keisha Farm when Great Meadows is full of water. This is what the farmers have lost in the meadows. Anderson Farms, 50 acres of sweet corn. The supply from the Broad Street fields, from the Elm Street fields, 8 acres of which the Great Meadows Trust leases to them, will run out in the middle of August. That's it. They supply not only their stand, not only us in Old Weathersfield and in Weathersfield, but Eddy Farm, Rogers Farm, and a farm stand in Rhode Island. in terms of, we're talking about artificial versus natural turf, well, Winding Brook Turf Farm, one of the most successful farms in Weathersfield, has 40 acres of turf in Weathersfield, 200 acres in Rocky Hill, ruined. When they start coming up with the dollar value, it's going to be very impressive, I think. Fairweather Growers, one of the 10 largest farms in Connecticut, has 230 acres that they've lost of vegetables, corn, beans, and vegetables in the meadows, in the Rocky Hill meadows mostly, but some in Weathersfield as well. They supply 500, I believe is accurate, at least 200 CSA shares from their stand in Rocky Hill. Many more CSA shares at Lyman Orchards, and another huge number in Bishop's Orchards. This is the breadbasket of the central Connecticut. So what happens every 10 years when it floods, when it's called into action as flood storage instead of farmland? The farmers depend on their upland farmland. Keisha Farm is upland farmland. Your proposal is to pave it over. I would hope that as you're doing that, you're actually working with Friends of the Keisha Farm or someone who cares about what you're going to do with all that soil you're going to scrape up, that we can spread it around and utilize it somehow on the farm or on what's left of the farm. But if you went back to our recommendation, the Keisha Farm Committee recommendations had maybe one field that you might use in the future once you've built the new Highcrest School. Once you know what fields you need, that would be great. It's really kind of scary. You've got a master plan for the Keisha Farm that has a blank space for the house, a blank space for the barn, blank space for the hoop house, that we all know the deputy mayor wants to take it down because it saved the town money or something like that. We could have renovated, the Friends of the Keisha Farm could have renovated the hoop house last year and put it into production. We could have grown vegetables on that field you want to pave over this year so that when the flood came, we'd have more vegetables. We'd be selling vegetables to southwest Weathersfield. But let's hope that we're not wasting another year, another planting season, because what was that term you used? Decision paralysis or something? 1 full year of decision paralysis on your part. This is, it's really unbelievable.
Jim, if you can just wrap it up.
Yeah, so anyway, another 30 acres from the Killen-Bassett Farm, which sells CSAs at our farmers market. So it's, it makes a big difference. And you could help that out by increasing the supply of food in Weathersfield. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jillian Zeidema. I'm 24 years old, and I grew up in the Weathersfield school system. I went to Weathersfield Public Schools my whole life, and I did participate in sports, and from what I have seen, there's no shortage of fields that we already have. I think that we should preserve and respect the fields that we have already versus defacing a beautiful piece of land that's part of our community. Thank you. There's wildlife, and I think that we should be proud to have the fields that we have and maybe use them for farming and some good community activities. I don't know, but yeah, I didn't prepare anything, but I just thought that I would come and say that.
Jillian, just for the record, I think Sue needed to have your address.
Here.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. My name is Paige Zeidema. I live at 82 Collier Road in Wethersfield. I would just like to share a few memories that I have of growing up. I'm 21 years old, and I was lucky enough to live next to Keisha Farms all my life. I used to play with my next-door neighbor every day in the backyard, and we would have trails through the Keisha Farm area. We would observe all the natural species that were there, like the bats or the goldfinches, which, if you haven't noticed, are declining in our society. Now, in the Wethersfield school system, I have learned many more ways to move a ball than to grow a flower or a tomato plant. And it would make me very sad to know that if we put in a sports complex, we will deprive other young children from learning the things that I was lucky enough to learn to live next to Keisha Farms. Thank you.
Cindy?
Good evening, Mayor Rell and Town Manager Presley. My name is Cindy Greenblatt, and I live at 35 Broad Street, and I'm not telling you how old I am. We purchased the farm in 2019, and in the last 4 years, this town council has tried to sell the farm, it's neglected valuable farm structures, it's restricted access to the farm, it's tried to monetize the farm with a commercial indoor sports complex, and now we have this plan. This plan would seem to finally eliminate the availability of the majority of land for community use and pave the farm. I am here to address that plan that was included in the agenda packet and made public only last Thursday, and I think it's a remarkable testament to this community and its investment in the farm that they are here tonight. I won't call it a master plan of development because it isn't, with 129 parking spaces, a road that bisects the property, the potential for 3 athletic fields, a 50 by 56-foot building using the vast majority of the non-wetland area. This is a sports complex, so that's how I will refer to it. The description asks for council direction, completely bypassing the public, but I want to take this opportunity to give my considered opinion on a different path forward, one that we could all easily take and be proud of. Seek out the experts. This is no disrespect to the plan that was submitted to us, but there is a tremendous amount of information that doesn't show up anywhere in this plan. In the 4 years since the land was purchased, there have been studies, surveys, meetings, and recommendations that are not included in the visioning of this sports complex. So let me direct you to some of them, and I will give Sue my list when we're finished. Let me direct you to the Wethersfield Plan of Conservation and Development, the guiding document for our community. Page 102, protect our historic resources. Page 114, in the A level, preserve our open space. And on page 116, protect our farmland, right, at the A level. Let me direct you to the 2 reports from the University of Hartford consultants, 75 plus pages, as well as all the research on all manners of farm-related topics that they worked on for a year. The results include 3 townwide meetings, 3 farm tours, the analysis and presentation to the town council of the results of the month-long townwide survey indicating all the preferred reuse ideas. Those things are missing from this master plan. You can find accurate information of all kinds in these resources. For example, This plan suggested a wetlands trail. They researched that. They linked it to all the people that produced them, and they gave you a statistic that it would cost $250,000 for a 1-mile elevated wetlands trail on the Keisha property. That's just one thing that's in there. CSA shares are identified and evaluated for their earning potential. And the necessity of the barn, the very important need for the barn to be part of that community, to be successful in CSA programs, to be successful in the greenhouse operations, and the revenue that could be derived from that barn and that greenhouse, that's in there. That's in those things that have already been done. Segueing off that, Heritage Consultants' application for historic designation was commissioned by the town of Wethersfield, not the Keisha Farm Committee, not the Friends of Keisha Farm. That application came from the town of Wethersfield and is awaiting action at SHPO right now. They performed an exhaustive study on our behalf, the town of Wethersfield's behalf, and a positive vote on that application would make that historic designation of the barn eligible for federal funding and grants. There is no obligation that comes with that designation. It's something we would all benefit from. People have spoken to the beauty of the barn. It's an iconic image that we all look to. It's featured in calendars, cards. It's notable. The soil analysis. The master plan didn't even reflect the analysis of all the different pieces of the farm and what soils exist there and what they're best suited for. For example, there's a sports field on the best soil available on Keisha Farm. It's right there. I can't believe, actually, that you superimposed the sports fields on the farmland, and so we can all see where it's going to take the place of all the different fields that are under cultivation there. Go to the Keisha Farm Committee. I agree with Tara. I don't think that the committee has received the respect maybe that its efforts deserve, but there were recommendations to restore the barn, respect the neighborhood, license a portion of the property to a farmer, and work with the experts at Park and Rec on the recreational needs. And so it should come as no surprise that my next expert recommendation for you to consult is who better than the Parks and Rec Department, which stated in a unanimous decision that the recommendation to place an artificial turf field in Millwoods Park was the one that they supported. The plan improves recreational opportunities for children, it preserves neighborhoods, it responds to the needs of the sports community, and respects the reuse ideas suggested by the community at large. With Millwoods available first, use at Keisha can be evaluated after it's online and after you see what your needs are. It makes a lot of sense. I want to kind of summarize some of the things that I've heard tonight. Even if you told me there was no CL&P road in your amended plan, that would not make fields on Keisha acceptable. The field belongs at Millwoods. Even if you told me that there was only one field and not 3 going to be on Keisha, that would not be acceptable because the property exists in Millwoods, our town sports complex, for that purpose. Even if you told me that you could fully fund those fields, not just with ARPA funds, let's say you found some corporate funds, that would still not be an acceptable plan for all the reasons you heard tonight. This is not the appropriate place to place the first necessary artificial turf field in Wethersfield. We have a sports complex. I'm echoing others' comments. It's known as Millwoods. And so this is the moment when we decide as a town what community means. When we decide, and you as our representatives decide, what we're going to do as a community to address our residents' concerns. Let's begin the real work of creating an inclusive master plan based on the community research ideas submitted to us by the experts in their fields. Thank you.
Gail Griffin, 52 Desmond Drive. I just wanted to let
We
you...
miss seeing you in the booth back there, Gail, by the way.
I know. I miss you guys. And I know a lot of you, Gail Griffin, 52 Desmond Drive, I know a lot of you didn't want to buy the farm originally. looking at you, Paul. But the town voted to purchase the farm. And I just want to let you know, a lot of people here are from the neighborhood. I'm not anywhere near their neighborhood. And I still don't agree with the sports complex. I know lacrosse is the up-and-coming thing, and we want to be the destination of the state for the lacrosse. That's not the place. Maybe develop Mill Woods, reline the fields, do whatever. Keisha Farm should stay a farm. If you have to lease it to Anderson, if you have to lease it to anybody, have it as a backup. Make the community garden, instead of where it was by the farmhouse, that was ridiculous. You need to pipe in some water, community gardens. Then if there is a disaster, like we just had that rain and destroyed, there would still be a place to grow things. Once you pave it over, it's gone forever. And you can scrape that topsoil and sell it, you will never get that back. So I just want to say, it's not just the people in the neighborhood that are opposed to the fields. Not everything is about sports. It's hard to get people in the summer. It's hard to get people to come in the summer, and it's hard to get people from the other areas of town that aren't exactly neighbors to come. But there's a lot of us out there that said, what are you, crazy? And that money should be used in the school. It should be used to improve the schools, not to build more fields. It is not all about sports. Thank you. And I do hope you consider, because there are plenty of fields. Millwoods is a great place. You know, my kids all played soccer. There was always plenty of fields. Sometimes there's a scheduling issue, but we always work it out. And I don't think that's the place for fields.
Anybody else? Yes, sir, in the white.
Hello, my name's Thomas Schurman. I live at 110 Old Common Road. When I voted to purchase this property, I envisioned the recreation would be, a walking path through an open space that didn't, endanger the existing wetlands. It had nothing to do with the sports park. Whoever the lady was who said, listen to the experts, I might be one of those experts with 20 years in facility management, and I've reviewed many master plans. That's not a master plan. That thing's outrageous. That's somebody's idea. I mean, it's really outrageous. I'm a licensed civil engineer. I have facility planners in my family. I have architects in my family. We know this stuff. What you're doing is not a plan, it's an agenda. The fundamentals of urban planning are totally ignored with this proposal. It's kind of outrageous to waste such a valuable property. First of all, your master plan, if you want to call it that, is going to fail for every reason. No community input, no historical view. I think you already have a master plan which somebody's more familiar with. I don't have time to deal with this type of stuff, so I haven't looked into it. But if you move forward with this, I will look into this, and I will find all your flaws. And believe me, this thing is flawed from a planning aspect. It's just, it shouldn't be allowed to go. And I'm not going to go on, but no community input. Step number 1. Historical view. Step number 3. Environmental review, traffic study, light study, sound study. None of that's been done. None of that's been proposed to the public. Nobody's had any concept of what somebody just sketched in 5 minutes on a map. That's not a master plan. Go back to your original master plan, see what the planners of this city historically wanted for this city, what the community wants, and then move forward.
Do you have your hand up, Bob?
Good evening, Robert Young, 20 Copper Mill Road. As I have said in the past, back when you had your public hearing for the Keisha Farm, there were a number of people that came and spoke in favor of putting homes on that property. Some had different variations. Put some homes on Collier Road, put some homes on Highland Street, that kind of thing. Some also had suggestions of putting in an entire 55 and over community that would not generate children for the schools. It would generate, at that point, there wasn't any dollars and cents put together, but as time has gone on and research has been done, we could, if the town was to put in a 55 and over community, you could rake in a lot of money annually for perpetuity. That means your taxes for everybody could at least be held down a little more by bringing in X amount of new people or current people from Wethersfield who are selling their bigger houses and want a little smaller house. And that would be a great thing to do with that property because it's a generator of funds for the town. It looks like the rest of the community. They might be a little smaller, but I would like to say that if you go and look at Collier Farms, Collier Farms is sitting on 41 acres of property, and 23.9 acres are designated for wetlands. They have an easement, which means 17.1 acres has homes on it. If you take, and it holds 83 houses. The calculation comes out to where Keisha Farm has 32 acres, it has 5 acres of wetlands, and it also has the ability to build on 27 acres. Now don't forget, 83 homes at Collier Farms is sitting on 17.7 acres. You could get 130 homes max on that property, which you'd have one entryway or two entryways coming in off of Highland Street. That would avoid Collier. The town, and I went through how the town, earlier, how the town could do their own development of this property and make a lot of money and hold down our taxes. And that is where I'm coming from. The homes would sell for $350,000. We would generate $1.3 million in taxes once it's totally built out. If the homes sold on the average of $370,000, it's $1.4 million, and it keeps ratcheting up. And the fact is, it's a good revenue source for the town, and because it doesn't affect the school system, I think this is the best thing you can do. I tonight gave you the numbers. Tell me your numbers for the farm that you want to have. Tell me the numbers that the stadium is going to produce for our town. You know, we have turf on Catone Field, which has not generated a nickel over all these years to the citizens of Wethersfield who have put turf on the field twice at the cost of, I believe it was a $1 million the first time, and the second time it was roughly about the same amount of money, and we got zero back. Nobody, what money was collected, the money left town. And we the citizens had to pay for it. And we, the citizens, at the very beginning of Catone Field, when I asked Mr. whoever was sitting up here, how much money are we going to make? No, the mouths were zipped up. As we went through the years, and I was researching, where is the money? And I would come here and to ask, and I would tell them where it went. But they wouldn't tell me, never, because it's zip. This is what we call government. Dishonest, unreliable, and conniving. And we have it here. And it was started in the Amy Bello administration.
Mr. Young.
They did not produce,
You can just
when
start to wrap it
when
up.
I asked for the appraisal of the Keisha Farm, the town paid $3,200 for, it was mum. Mum. Not a word. It was for $1.7 million, and we paid $2.4 million for it. How would that have made out in the referendum? It would have lost, and we would not have been here tonight, because the Keisha family would still own the property, because nobody's building, or maybe someone would build. But we would not be here tonight if our government was honest with us. They're not. Thank you. Thank you for the extra moments.
I'm Jennifer Contaxis. I live at 104 Gristmill Road. And I'm up here for my kids. It took me a while to get the nerves to go up here and do this, but I'm doing it for them. I have a 1.5-year-old and a 4-year-old. She's almost 5. I know they're going to be in sports. They're both, especially my daughter, very athletic. And, you know, I expected to see, I don't know why, I thought there'd be a lot of families here with young kids that were going to want these sports fields, and I haven't heard, I don't hear anybody. Nobody's here saying that. I thought that's why you guys were doing this, is because these families with kids want sports fields. I do want sports fields. I'm going to have my kids in sports, but again, echoing what everybody said here, I just don't think this is the best location at Keisha Farm. There's so many other incredible opportunities that this land could be used for if we're doing it for the kids beyond sports that we don't have in the town that could be very special. I worked on just a kind of draft of what we could have for community gardens and a children's learning garden that's right next to the school. It would be an incredible opportunity to have the kids be able to be at the school, but also from Highcrest go right over and learn about farming, learn about where their food is coming from, because they know they don't know this. And I was sitting here reflecting on it, but like the town's logo is an onion, and it's just kind of ironic, but like my kids, my daughter thinks an onion comes wrapped in plastic at the store. You know, like and I know a lot of the kids are like that. They don't know where the food comes from. They don't know that we grow it or that it comes from the ground. It's something in plastic you buy at a store. So to have this farm and to have this land right next to the school where they can go over and have programming and have curriculum and do things to teach the kids. If this is for the kids, I can't think of a better place for it. That's it.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am in the gray.
Oh, I'm not going up. I just want you to look at the beautiful barn behind you all, and that's what we're trying to preserve. That's our town.
Hi, Emily Zambrello, 72 Village Drive, number 314. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but being in this room, it is just overwhelming how unified everyone is on this issue, especially from people in the area. But I mean, like people have pointed out, not a single person has spoken in favor of a sports complex or turf fields. Like Gail, who spoke earlier, I don't live anywhere near this farm. I live way over on the other side of town near the Berlin Turnpike. But I mean, I do have memories. I've lived in Wethersfield my entire life. Cecilia Keisha was my preschool teacher. And she was a wonderful preschool teacher. And I remember going to the farm stand as a very small child. It's one of my earliest memories. And buying vegetables, learning where our food comes from, as the last speaker just said. And it was my first exposure to that sort of thing. I feel it was a really beneficial experience for me to have as such a young child. And buying it from my preschool teacher, that just made it even cooler. So I want future generations to be able to have that experience that I had, because I did get to do a lot of the things that the people here want for the future generations. I was part of the effort to convince the town to buy this land back in 2019. It was the first thing I became passionate about, despite living nowhere near it even then. And we wanted to preserve it and to use it sustainably in a way that would benefit everyone. And I can see from all these highly engaged people in this room that that is just not happening right now. And being so, I'm just so impressed by how engaged everyone is. This is not something to work against. This is an asset. We need to use this. And I continue to support everyone's comments tonight. Thank you for all you do.
Anybody else before we move on the agenda? Yes, sir.
Ryan Jordan, 53 Townhouse Lane. So I lived next to Mill Woods for 17 years, and I was always surprised at how bizarrely underused that park is. There never seems to be that much going on there at once. Mill Woods is also very centrally located, so a kid who lives in the Charles Wright district can cut right down Wolcott Hill Road and end up right at Mill Woods. What you're proposing is for a kid who lives almost in Hartford to ride, bike, or walk almost to Rocky Hill, especially on a consistent basis, especially in the colder months when it gets dark in the afternoon. We compete with Glastonbury and West Hartford in terms of aesthetics alone. Objectively, it does not make any sense to destroy a beautiful, undeveloped piece of farmland for a sports complex that could go so much more efficiently and more effectively in an underperforming park. Frankly, Mill Woods looks like it's stuck in the 1970s. You put a sports complex there, and in a single area, you have a skate park, a nature center, walking trails, a playground, tennis courts, numerous baseball diamonds, soccer fields, and a pond. Mill Woods could be a talking point and a focal point of Wethersfield for the surrounding towns. One of the last things I want to say, whether it's relevant or not, is don't let your pride get in the way. Just because you've supported this sports complex being on Keisha Farm so far doesn't mean it needs to remain on Keisha Farm. The last thing I will say again, Keisha Farm is a beautiful, undeveloped piece of farmland. Leave it alone. Just leave it alone.
Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Hi, Rodney Wolfel, 76 Collier Road. I just have a couple things to say. One is the farm should be left, as he said, a farm. I know if there's a few of you that have your hell-bent to have it be a sports complex, but there's no reason for that. Everybody said there's another place for it, there is. The thing I really came up to say was, I think it was cowardly to cancel out all those concerts and things that town people wanted to use it for. And what I'm hoping is that you open it up for the rest of the year to these groups that want to use it for whatever purpose it is. I understand there's insurance and there's things like that, but I think you could do that. If there's more interest in that property for using it as a farm than there is for using it for sports fields, and I think you should let them organize. I know it's very cowardly not to let people organize, and that was a perfect place for people to get together, and you stopped it. And I think that was just cowardly and wrong, and that's all I have to say.
Anybody else before we move on the agenda? Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name's Manny Jenkel, and I live at 5 Jacob Drive. And most of the discussion today covered all the salient points. But one thing that was missing was that if you put a field in with artificial turf, that means that land will eventually have to be replaced. And just today, or it was maybe yesterday, 3M, which is the biggest producer of PFAs. Now, you know that artificial grounds or artificial sports fields are made of ground-up tires and plastics, and PFAs are part of the plastics. Now, these are going to be stopped very soon. So once it's in there, it can't be replaced with an artificial turf. In fact, 3M Company, which is the biggest producer of PFAs, just settled with the U.S. government for let's see, I get the right number here, for $10 billion, and agreed to stop making PFAs in 2025. So if anybody's thinking of a artificial field, they should rethink it and go back to the old grass fields. Thank you.
Okay. Not seeing any more. We'll move on the agenda. Council reports.
Thank you, Mayor. I have three quick reports. First, went to the Parks and Rec, and I'm going to condense all these, Parks and Rec meeting, and he just left, but Dan Silbo was honored for serving on the Parks and Rec board for more than 20 years, and Parks and Rec Director Kathy Bagley went through the litany of things that Dan had been involved in and all the positive changes. So that's number one. Second, I went to EDIC meeting this past week. I'll note two things quickly. One is facade improvements have been approved for the Lenoci building in Old Weathersfield, and Doral Marketplace was approved for facade. This is going to be a great new addition this fall. I see everybody leaving, but we appreciate you coming out. I guess nobody wants to listen to me for my third, but we certainly appreciate everybody's input. My third and final one under council reports is we had the first meeting last week of the Citizen Recognition Committee. We're looking for public input on who we can recognize who've made outstanding contributions to the town of Weathersfield. So that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council reports, boards and commissions? I just have one from the Housing Authority, Kate Forcier. As folks know, I've mentioned it in the past. It will be retiring at the end of the year as executive director of the Weathersfield Housing Authority. They do have a team assembled to go through resumes and interviews, but I believe there are actually 7 resumes have come in. About 6 of those are qualified, and the interviews will start in September. Kate did mention a couple laws that were passed this legislative session affecting the Housing Authority. One in particular is, and they've complied with it, is that every employee of a housing authority is a mandated reporter now. She did, in the short amount of time that it passed and became law on July 1st, was able to comply with that. But there are a couple other new laws that they are working on just to make sure that they are following those to the T as well. No other council reports, council comments? Councilman Forrest?
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to the town manager. We heard today about a possible blight issue on the Berlin Turnpike. I'm guessing that you have some background on that. Thank you. I'm guessing that you have some background on that, but it seems like it should be wise to look into and maybe give us a little update on what's particularly occurring over there. It sounded like there could have been a notice issue, and having worked in this area, I can understand the legalistic portion of that. But nonetheless, members of the community have come up here, and I think it should be something to look into. The second thing is, and I've served on the NWAS liaison to the Shade Tree Committee. Ms. Case came up here and talked about large Park Street tree, and it has been, over time, there have been certain trees that have been tagged for various reasons, and some good. But I'd like that if you could review this particular instance with the mindset of being able to save the tree, of course, if there's no public safety issues. But I did have a chance to look at the tree. It did seem in full bloom, didn't seem partially dead. That doesn't necessarily mean the tree is in great condition to be there. Nonetheless, it didn't have any apparent issues of decay. And there have been times where certain interests, maybe in construction or so on, have been trump, maybe go above the ability to save some of our street trees and our large trees. So if you could maybe take a look at that and see whether or not the tree can be saved. And it is certainly my interest that if it is possible that we have that as a high priority, if it can be done. So if you could look into that, that would be great. Thanks.
And just to concur with Councilman Forrest, I don't know if you heard me, but I did mention to Mrs. Case that Brian Kelly, our town arborist, will be meeting with her on Wednesday. I had the same concerns when it was brought to my attention this afternoon. I did, in fact, drive by it as well, took a look at it. I'm not an arborist, and I enjoy trees, old growth trees. You and I have had this conversation about a fund that we would like to talk about at a future date to preserve a lot of these trees or grow those that unfortunately have come down in storm or disease. But yeah, they will be looking closer detail of this tree. There is some rot in there. There have been some large limbs that have broken off, and obviously we're always concerned about public safety, but I concur that we at least have to have a discussion and a good thorough investigation of the tree and whether or not it's able to be saved is a priority for me as well. So thank you. Any other comments? Councilman Lesser?
Thank you, Mayor. Three things. First, the town is starting a strategic planning process. The mayor, myself, town manager, and some others are involved in that, and we're looking for community input. This is fantastic community input tonight. Having you come out is amazing to give us suggestions and recommendations. We want that on the strategic plan. It was in the town manager's report on Friday, a link to fill out the strategic plan for you to tell us what's most important to you in the town of Weathersfield as we build a vision and a roadmap for the future. So I strongly encourage you to fill that out. Second, I attended, I hope I don't get this wrong, the Cop in a Cone event a few weeks back, and got a nice demonstration from the captain of the police department on the car was there on our new electric police vehicle, and the police department is very happy with that, and we're one of only two towns, I think Westport is the other one, Westport and Weathersfield, that have part of their police vehicles, the electric cars. And third and finally, if you're looking for something great to do this weekend, Mamma Mia is produced by the Teen Theater. I think Kathy Bagley's there tonight as they're rehearsing. I do know somebody in the show, so my daughter's in the show, but I know it'll be great, and if you're looking for something wonderful to do this coming weekend, the Weathersfield Teen Theater's production of Mamma Mia. That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
At the high school?
At the high school, yes.
Anybody else? I'll just be quick. Thank you to the town manager. Yesterday, he and I were communicating throughout the storm, brief storm in the beginning, early on, then it extended longer into the later hours of the morning, came back around. We did get a couple calls, I got a couple emails and text messages from concerned residents about basements, backyards, streams. Unfortunately, we did have a confirmed microburst along the Silas Deane Highway, south of the plazas, but almost close to the Rocky Hill border. That microburst, actually, I drove into Rocky Hill and came down just to do a site survey. It looked like it actually went up by Charter Road, even further to the west, and then came down. That was probably the extent of the biggest amount of damage. Like I said, some rivers and brooks had overflowed. We are working with the DOT for those that were tied up on Wells Road yesterday by Colonel Chester between Willow and Ridge Road. That is being addressed, hopefully as we speak, with the DOT that has the culverts along Wells Road. It is a state road. The town has worked for the last 2 or 3 weeks, knowing that it is an issue, to break up beaver dams, clear culverts, clear water passage underneath the road to the best of the town's ability, but we are still continuing to work with the state on some other projects there. All in all, unfortunately, this is something that has become a norm for us in New England. Storm after storm, we are working with the MDC as well as other entities to make sure that the combined sewer overflows are not combined anymore, so that groundwater and sewer water are separated. That has helped over the last couple of years, but again, these storms are more and more prevalent, so we are looking to address those. Hats off to the town staff, engineering department. I see Derek back there. He was answering emails from me over the weekend. Sally Katz from the Physical Services and her crew were out there talking with neighbors and residents. And of course, Mr. Town Manager, thank you for your work as well. So with that, I hope I didn't steal your thunder.
You did, but that's okay. I'm just going to make it real quick and just say I would just add the first responders to that list. I know that,
yes,
that police and fire were out assisting several residents that were dealing with a lot of floodwater, so thanks to them as well as all those that you mentioned. But other than that, those are my comments.
Sue?
The town clerk's office has been working very hard. We actually hit 1,600 dog licenses today, which is a big increase over the past several years, and also there seems to be an increase in land records. Summer is usually slow, but I think now that we're getting towards past the middle of July, that people are starting to look for settling in before school starts with their new homes and getting their families situated. So that's all.
Thank you. And I'll go to the agenda for bids. I think their bids are included in the consent, if I'm not mistaken. We do have a consent agenda before us.
I'd like to move item 1 off the consent agenda.
Okay.
Is that the Ventrac
Yes,
purchase?
I'd like to have a little further discussion on that, if we could.
Okay.
Do we need a motion for that?
No, it's just individual.
You just move it, and then we'll
Okay.
you'll have to move it separately.
That's fine. Can we
Anything
move the rest, is the rest of the consent agenda okay? Yes?
Yep.
I move the
Consent
adoption,
agenda.
the rest of the consent agenda minus number 1.
Item 1.
Second.
It's just these bids.
Motion. Oh.
One second. It's these bids right here. Paving.
The bids are fine.
Yep. Minutes. Okay.
Okay, or yes?
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. We'll go to now non-consent item.
No, you take it up.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Take up
Oh, now we, yeah.
one?
Yeah,
Yep.
we now take up item number 1, FY24 CNEF Ventrac purchase. Discussion, Mr. Town Manager, or Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, actually, could I have Derek come up? He could answer a question on sidewalks.
Sure.
Apologize, Derek, I meant to call you earlier in the day. My question is regarding sidewalks. Typically, I see a 48-inch wide sidewalk. Is that some standard, or is that a residential sidewalk, or? And where I'm going with this is, we're purchasing this Ventrac machine with the idea of clearing the walkway that's going to be built from Putnam Bridge to Old Weathersfield. And so, how wide are those sidewalks?
Yeah, so typically sidewalks in town are 4 foot. That's just been the town standard. From time to time, we do wider sidewalks. We've done some 5 foot wide walks with connections to the crosswalks down in Old Weathersfield. So it varies, but most of them are 4 foot wide. With regard to the proposed trail that we're talking about between the bridge and Main Street, we're still in very conceptual stages, but in talking with Krog and their consultants, we think it's going to be more of an 8 foot to 10 foot wide paved path that will be required rather than sidewalks. We're looking at changing the design a little bit, move it like off-road type of path, so that I assume that equipment would be suitable for that type of operation.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
If I can comment a little bit?
Well, is it my understanding that we are to clear the walkway? I know we're to clear our walkway on our property.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the bridge.
On the bridge,
I'm not
okay.
talking about the bridge. Talking about Marsh Street, Hart Street, wherever it comes in. So when we talked about this Ventrac machine, my concerns were that we typically use a plow to plow a lot of town sidewalks. And the plow is much wider than the sidewalk, and it rips up to a gully on each side of the sidewalk, which fills up with water, and it's a mess. And town crews have good intentions of coming back in the spring and filling those gullies and reseeding, but quite frankly, that doesn't always seem to get done because other things take priorities in the springtime, opening ball fields and cleaning, winter debris. So I thought we were purchasing a machine that could be utilized as a snow blower, 48 inches wide, that would do most of the sidewalks. And from what I just heard, yeah, it would probably take care of this pathway if we need to do that. But it's not it's not going to solve the problem for all these other sidewalks that are typically 48 inches. As Derek said, there are others that are bigger. There's quite a bit of money in this purchase that relate to snow removal, such as a cab, heated compartment, the snow blower itself. And I would like to suggest that if the main intent is to be able to cut the grass on the embankments of this trail, that's why we need this special machine, that we just buy a machine for that and not concern ourselves with the snow removal. And I don't think we're going to be able to use it for, at least for what my thoughts were of solving the problem.
Sorry, go ahead.
Further discussion? Councilman Forrest?
Through you, Mayor, to the town manager, Deputy Mayor brings up some interesting thoughts about, dual use of this particular machine, and do we think it's going to be able to do the tasks that he just described?
Well, I think when it was originally discussed, it was never intended to completely replace everything else we're doing right now on sidewalks, because we just have so many to do in a short amount of time during a snow event, but it could certainly handle a lot of those areas based upon what I understand, even though the snow blower attachment is 52 inches. It's not to say it can't do a 4-foot wide sidewalk. The Jeeps that are currently used, they're wider than 4 feet. The blades are wider than 4 feet now.
The Deputy Mayor is correct. I've been on Savage Park, which is just down my road. It goes to when it shows it up.
No, absolutely. And I think these would have more control. They'd be slower. And I think Sally pointed that out when she discussed this with you all. It's a much slower vehicle than the Jeeps, which is why I think some of the issues we've had with the Jeeps is and they rip up the grass along the sides, is that they shoot down them fast, because you can do that with the Jeep. This would be much slower. We wouldn't get to as many with this, so you'd have to have other alternate means of clearing the sidewalks. But that being said, I think it depends on the use. This was something that was added to the original quote, I believe, at the request to try to deal with some of the snow issues. But
do you think that, are there other alternatives? Is there the 4-foot wide? Are there other machines that might have a better use case for Wethersfield?
For specific for snow removal?
Well, for all that you want to do. It's
No.
it looks like you want to use a
You're not going to
multiple.
have one that's going to be able to do the steep slope grass, because that's what this machine is really designed to do, and be the perfect machine to do the sidewalks, frankly. That's a pretty unique hybrid combination that you're looking for.
Sure.
Can this do both? Yes. Is it going to solve all of our problems? No.
And no one was suggesting it would. I understand. That's what we're just some interesting dialogue, and thank you for your advice.
Sure.
I'm okay with it. It seems appropriate for the use case and additional, but we only have 5 people here, so once one of us doesn't, then we don't need to move forward with a vote. We can table it. I'm happy to table it as well in a working maneuver.
So I'm not saying this was intended to solve all our sidewalk problems.
Sure.
I was thinking along the lines of almost like a test case, like if this worked, yes, it's going to be slower, but then you save on the other end because you don't have to spread topsoil and grass seed and all that. So kind of like the EV car type thing, do a test case, except we don't have forfeiture funds to use.
We don't.
So could we have Sally go back and ask the question, can we find a machine with a 48-inch width that would also do the steep grades for cutting grass? Or,
Well, I'm no expert in snow blowing. I only do it once or twice this past season. But in looking at not only attachments, and I did a little bit of research on the Ventrac, it is a 52-inch snow blower. So if it is a 48-inch wide sidewalk, that's only 2 inches on one side, 2 inches on the other side. And if anybody's ever tried to snow blow their sidewalk, to Mr. O'Connor's house, I go here, I hear, it's never really just a straight line. So you are given a little bit of latitude by those 2 inches. So my bigger concern is the dual wheel kit. And when I go out and walk after the snow has come down and the sidewalks have been plowed or snow blowed, are the tire tracks that are on both sides of the sidewalk. And if it is a 48-inch sidewalk, you have tire tracks that are beyond that sidewalk. So my concern would really be the wheel width as opposed to the snow blower width.
What is the wheel width?
I do
We
not
don't know.
We do not know. And that the accessory is a dual wheel kit. So if it's dual, you're going wider. So I think we can, table it, get a little bit of more answers. And, the biggest concern that we had was, and we talked about it during the budget process when this came up, is that if we can do the sidewalks more efficiently and we don't have to reseed them and throw topsoil down in the spring, then we would want to see whether or not this does that, in fact, make it easier for us.
I'll make a motion to move to table.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Yeah.
So items 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 on consent, and we are going to hold item 1.
One under L, Mayor?
No, this is consent. I'm just
Oh, yeah, okay.
in notes. No ordinance resolutions, unfinished business from, I think I see Mr. Payne here, from last meeting, yard waste program. For those in the audience, this is a concept that the town, through the Resiliency Committee and the work of Mr. Deputy Mayor and Councilman Forrest, worked on for a brown barrel or a organics barrel to be picked up on the alternate week that recyclables are picked up. There was some concern about a contract extension as well as cost to the town for this. Mr. Town Manager, did you get any further information from our provider?
Yes, and as you stated, Mike Payne is in the audience, but based upon the discussion at the last meeting, particularly around the length of time, he did go back and to clarify what they had been asking for was actually their current contract plus 5 years on top of that in order to do this program. They were looking for a 5-year extension. What he came back with after conversation in his office was that they'd be willing to eliminate 1 year of the existing contract and then do the 5 years on top of that. So the total would be an additional 4 years instead of 5 years under the current agreement right now, which has 2.5 years left. And so that's where we're at now, and it's open for discussion. He's happy to answer any questions you might have. He did also note that this would be based upon a springtime start because there's really not enough time left in the season to ramp it all up to make this come together. But I'll to you.
Okay. Discussion on this? Further discussion from our last meeting? Councilman Forrest.
Just through you to the town manager, we talked about a 4-year extension, and I wasn't necessarily clear by this paperwork and even through our conversations already. Is it 4 years plus the 2.5 that we're sitting on right now? So it's 6.5 years from today?
From now, yeah.
It'll be a 4-year extension from our current. So we still have 2.5 years of the contract left. And initially, it was going to be 7.5 years from our 2 week ago.
Initially, it would have been additional 5 over the 2.5.
Yeah. So just, I don't know if you're looking for some guidance or moving forward here. I certainly understand the length of even the 6.5 year. This is an understandable discussion point. I do find it a little bit different than our normal sort of reconsideration of an ongoing contract because we're asking Payne's to open up the current contract do something more for our town and move our town forward. And in exchange for that, like any renegotiation of a contract, we're asking for more services, they're asking for an extension. And then the question before us is, are we willing to do an extension at this particular rate? Do we find that this is a reasonable renegotiation of a contract for more services for our town? For years, I have been pushing for this brown barrel to come out of our waste stream. I think the deputy mayor is on board. I know the deputy mayor has been working, and we've been working together for a long time on this. And not only have we been working together for a long time, but we've been trying to figure out this solution for a long time just at this council, even before this council. And I see it as such a positive step forward that we can do for this town to move all this out of the waste stream, to begin to start the process of lowering our taxes by lowering our expenditures. And we have a system that I do believe will work really well with our current system, a brown barrel, large, everyone can throw all that brush into it. It'll come in the opposite moment, at the opposite time of the recycling. The barrel itself is like $90-something. It's not outrageous. It doesn't have a huge budget impact moving in the forward years. There are so many good positive things with this, and we are renegotiating a current contract that I would be okay with an extension. Whether that has to be negotiated to the 4-year, the 3-year, the 5-year, I think that is all sort of that real middle ground where we just have to come together with, of course, pains and come to that conclusion. I understand and have some hesitation on that length, the 6.5. That's a very reasonable concern. On the other hand, it's not just like we are extending it for a price point. We are asking for a whole different set of services. And I do think that does lend a little bit of a different flavor to this particular extension. So we have only 5 votes here today, so either we're all in or we're not in, and that's understandable. But I think hopefully in the near future, even if we're not so comfortable with the 6.5 here today, I would really like to try to continue to negotiate with Paynes to find that middle ground so that we can continue to move our town forward in this particular aspect. And I am not adverse to an extension for more services in this negotiation. So hopefully that's some food for thought as we kind of move forward. And I know the deputy mayor has done a tremendous amount of work. The committee has done a lot of work. We're in a really close spot. If this group says, we're actually okay with the current proposal, I would be okay voting it forward now. But I recognize that as a democracy, we have to compromise a little here and there, and that's how we make our town great. And I'm willing to do that and work that way as well. That's, I think, where we are with our current negotiations and the current services that we're looking for.
Councilman O'Connor?
Thank you for that, Councilor Forrest, because I don't disagree with you, and I do wholeheartedly support the brown barrel. I do think in the long run that actually does save us money. But from a business perspective, this is where I have an issue. And my issue is we're asking someone to take on more work that we're willing to pay them for, and they're saying, okay, but you have to give me 5 more years of a contract. They're not discounting anything for us. They're not taking this on at a discount. They're not providing the barrels for free. They're saying, okay, if you want me to do that, you're going to have to give me 5 more years of contract. Well, to me, I'd say, well, then go out to bid for someone to do just the brown barrels. And that's what I struggle with, because to me, it's just crazy. I'm in an industry where someone wants to add more products. I don't sit there and say, well, no, you can't add those unless you buy 5 years worth of something else, or you extend your current contract. They laugh me out of stock. They throw me right out of their office. And so the reality is, to me, is I don't get that. It doesn't make sense to me, that type of negotiation. Is we're asking you, do you want to do more work, and we want to pay you for that, and you're saying yes, but now you have to extend your contract 5 years. I just don't get it. It doesn't pass the smell test to me. It just seems crazy. I feel like someone's taking advantage of us as opposed to partnering and working with us. And I'm open here. If I'm interpreting that wrong, I'm fine. I realize all 5 of us have to be aligned with this. I wholeheartedly support the brown barrels, but I don't know how do you, it's just like a bad deal. counter me, please, because I don't know if I'm missing it.
Well, I mean, you have to pay for the services, so I see it no different than if we lock into an electricity contract for multiple years over time. We're also locking in this sort of price point over a period of time. And like anything, you can get above, you can get below. If we think this is fair and equitable for moving forward, then that's sort of an internal conversation. But I'm not, as I started, it's reasonable to be thoughtful about this extension and how it plays out. I don't think it's quite as, I don't know if nefarious is the right word, but I don't think it's quite as strong-arming as the characterization that maybe you made. I think it looks like it's consistent with exactly what we have been paying for and under normal market circumstances moving forward, with an addition of a service. But the Paynes can probably speak more. I'm not the leader of the trash industry in Connecticut either, but it certainly seemed the rates and the contract itself seemed on par with the type of services that we're getting and that we have gotten in the future. There's a large track record here. In addition to the fact there's a large track record of great trash service in the town of Weathersfield from Paynes, and I don't work for Paynes or represent Paynes in any way. I have used them as a regular citizen would. We don't sit here and have people come up to me and let me tell you about the horrible trash service. That doesn't happen. It hasn't happened for years. And I've, in fact, quite the opposite. I've heard lots of stories of they worked with me. They picked up the barrel when I forgot to bring it out. And so I'm extremely satisfied as a citizen and as a person that might field all those calls. We don't get those. I think other towns probably do. And so we have a good working relationship. Whether or not you think it's a great deal or a bad deal, I think that's sort of in the eye of the beholder. But again, your thoughts are not wrong about the contract.
And I would agree that I've never heard complaints about Payne service, but I've never talked to anybody who's used a brown barrel. We're locking ourselves into 7 years of a brown barrel, and if they do a crappy job, we're stuck with them. So we don't even have it tested. Here we have a history of great work here, but they won't even let us test this other piece, and that always sends up a red flag to me. Is why not just do the brown barrel for the remainder of this term, and then we can determine, do we want to extend it or do we want to go RFP and see if we can save the town even more money?
Yeah, I mean, without knowing the industry too well, there was conversation about getting capital, and in order to develop this plan, it's not like you just go and get trucks. But Mr. Payne could probably talk to you a little bit more about the ins and outs of the profit and loss system of municipal solid waste. That being said, West Hartford did implement a very similar type plan, does have a track record of it being successful. I believe it was with Paynes as well. And so we're kind of like the electric cars. We're not the first, but we're also right.
But we're being charged as if we're the first because now they have to buy trucks, which they technically already have because they're using them in West Hartford.
Again, there may be a lot more capital involved than a truck, but I think we're being charged for the amount that seems to be the market rate for pickup of all of this waste. Not more, not less, just
I don't know what the market rate is. We haven't even been provided that.
Well, we do have Mr. Payne in the audience
Yeah, Mr. Payne.
who's ready to answer any questions. Just one quick question. We originally talked, and maybe this was about a year ago, that we would have a sample of, I think, 1,000 homes. Did we end up doing that? No. Did the committee decide on doing that?
It was before the committee was formed, but it was right during COVID and everything, and it just fell apart. We were going to do a trial period of one route.
One route. Okay.
And just never happened.
Gotcha. Okay. Yes, sir.
So, from my point, I'm looking at it as a contract extension issue, which I've brought up in the past over other services that are provided to us, and I think I go along the same lines as Councilor Hill, that we're we keep extending contracts without really getting to see what the competitive pricing could be. And I will say exactly what everybody said up here. The service that Payne's provided is excellent, provides is excellent. I think there's not going to be any issues of implementing picking up a brown barrel versus picking up a blue barrel. They seem to have the routine down pretty well. And so it's really that, you know, do we want to extend a contract that long? And I have some serious heartburn about that.
Sure.
Which is unfortunate because I've been trying to bring this thing to a conclusion for quite a long time, and I felt like we were right at the last foot.
Mr. Payne, if you have some time and would like to be able to answer some questions and maybe give some further detail and shed light on contract extension for this, and you know what it means to your company and the services that you're currently providing, and then those that we're looking at as a possible future service from you.
Sure. Mike Payne, Payne's Incorporated. We've had a number of discussions with the town in the subcommittee on different services and all different variations, everything from a pilot program to where we kind of ended up now, which would be a service which would either pick up paper bags or the residents could get a barrel and the residents would buy the barrel versus us buying the barrels and supplying them to the whole town. That was the direction, the feedback that I got from the committee, or we got from the committee. Let me clarify one issue. We currently, last year, signed a 4-year extension, which was frankly to work with the town because of the high cost of living that came in, and we cut that in half and basically took part of it last year and the balance this year. So we'd have 2 more years. So we have 3 years left minus half a month. What my discussions with, and I apologize to the town manager if I was not clear enough, we were asking for one of those years plus 5 years because we'd be starting in the spring. So it's really 6-year extension from July 1. My explanation to the town manager, I think I did a better job at this, we've got to go out and buy a new truck. We are using trucks in West Hartford to provide this service, have been doing it for 3 or 4 years. We pick up both paper bags and brown barrels, and it is very popular. In fact, after the last council meeting, one of the people in the audience told me, how soon can I get that barrel? I want it tonight. I said, you're not going to get it tonight, but we'll work on that. I know in Weathersfield this program will work. One of the things that we talked about with the subcommittee was how green your trash is. And there's so much organics in the waste stream that I truly believe you will see a significant reduction in your trash tonnage, which you can recycle this material at a lower tip fee. And as you know, a big portion of the solid waste budget is in the tip fee. How much you're going to save, I don't know, because I'm not breaking apart your trash now. But I actually had a driver that requested to go to a different route because his allergies were so bad. There was so much organics going in and leaves and everything else that his allergies overpowered him. So we moved him around. I don't know if I've answered all your questions or if any of this helps or not. Feel free to ask me. I'll do my best to answer them.
Real quick, Mr. Payne. So as you're a hauler.
Yes.
You're not the ultimate, where we made a contract with All Waste a couple of years back as the, I don't know what the term is what they do.
Murphy Road.
Yeah, Murphy Road. They're
Their
the
transfer
recycler and the transfer station.
Yeah.
Do you have a facility that you go to drop off the organics
Yes.
to? And is there a built-in cost to the town, an additional cost to the town to dispose of those for you?
There is a cost to do that. In talking to the town manager, they wanted to pay for that directly, and I've given him that price.
The town would pay for it directly?
The town would
not
pay for it.
residents? Okay. Yeah.
I can pay for it. You're going to have to pay me.
It's going to have to come from somewhere.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Councilman O'Connor?
So you've heard us talk about how we all love your service, and we've felt it's served the town very well. Do you view the town as a good customer?
Very much so.
So then, can you meet us halfway?
I think I just did. I
I'm
asked.
saying halfway of your total of 6 years. Every year it seems like every other year or every 2-3 years, we extend your contract, which shows that we are committed to working with Payne's. And it's a way that you've been able to avoid us even going out to bid because we continually extend that. And I think in the spirit of cooperation, knowing that that's probably what's going to happen down the road, is have some faith in us because we obviously have faith in you. I'd be more comfortable if you met us halfway. And instead of a 6-year extension, do a 3-year extension.
But I already have a 3-year extension, sir.
All right, well, then we don't do it for anything.
I already have a 3-year extension. What I'm willing to do is not ask for 3 years plus another 5. So in my mind, I'm kind of meeting you halfway. I understand your point, and
You're asking for 3 years on top of the 3 you already have.
yes,
So meet me halfway.
I can't, it's going to take me 5 years to pay for this truck because of the
You
cost.
know we're going to continually be with you. You're asking us to trust you, I'm asking you to trust us.
If you trust me, then why do we need to? I'm not trying to be a wise guy, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm
not either.
I still have to pay that bill, and I think it's a fair accommodation. And I'll be very honest, that's what I'm comfortable doing. I did want to clarify that it was not a 6.5-year extension, it was only a 6-year contract, which would be a 3-year extension on top of the 3 years we have left. I'm sorry, I can't do that.
Well, you said it takes 5 years to pay it off?
5 years to pay for the
So
truck.
then why don't we do 3 year, you have the 3-year extension, and then we do another 2, you got your 5 years.
I think while it's
Yeah.
certainly possible to do some negotiations, probably maybe at a public council meeting is not
outside
the
of
best
this.
way.
It's pretty
Which is why
uncomfortable
I'm on it
doing
right
it this
now.
way.
We have an opportunity to vote on it right now and just be done with this, and we can get those brown barrels ASAP.
Could, but
That's why I'm trying to just get the best deal for the town.
We're not going to get the barrels until next spring.
Right.
And that was why we ended up pushing this off, because we're going to have to buy barrels, I got to get the truck in and everything else. So we're not going to start till next spring, is the plan last we talked.
When would the barrels be rolled out to the public?
They would be available to the public, I believe we were talking about starting the beginning of April.
April 1st to November 30th.
They would probably be available the middle of March-ish.
Early March.
Early March, because we're going to be delivering the barrels to the residents.
And they can sign up starting maybe November 1st or something like that.
Yeah,
and-
even after the first of the year.
Yep.
We're going to basically get a load of barrels in, put them out, we get halfway through that, we'll order another load.
And would this truck be dedicated to Weathersfield, or do you take the truck and go, I know it's a different setup of a truck, so that you would have a helper, a driver, and a rear load. This is only dedicated for brown barrels?
Only
your
yard
company?
waste in Weathersfield every other week, because No, it would be every week.
Because it would be
Yes.
different. It'd
It's
be-
dedicated to
It
Weathersfield,
would be
yes.
dedicated to Weathersfield, full-time, 3, your current contract is 3 more years, and you're looking at 3 years on top of
I'm
that.
asking for 3 years on top of that.
And I guess you would be asking for 2 years to get your 5. I don't think it's much to ask of Paynes to do a 3-year.
I'm getting confused. It's not really a 6-year extension. He already has 3.
Right. It's a 3-year extension. But it-
a 3, and now he's getting another 3.
Right, but
So you were getting-
You're not
you're-
going to take it back. I mean, you already gave it to him. So it's 3 more years.
to pay it off.
I'm okay.
It makes sense, yes.
I'm okay.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I support the brown barrels. I do think as a town, we could do a lot better negotiating on this. I don't like the idea of someone saying, yes, I'll do this other service, but you have to extend my contract. That seems like that's your business problem, and as a company, you have to make a business decision on whether this is the kind of business you want to be in. They're passing that risk on to us, plus they're charging us for a service. And it's just bad business. It's just bad business. But at the end of the day, I do think we need the brown barrels, and if you all think this is the best deal we could ever get, as you saw, I was trying for a better one. But if you want to make my life easier and let's just cut off a year, we could get this over and done with now.
I'm sorry, I can't.
All right. Well, I support.
But
I recognize.
thank you.
I support you going through this exercise. I'm fine. Let's go. I've shared my concerns, but I'll make Tom and Matt and Ken happy and Mike, so fine.
Dan, you're not the only one with those concerns. There's a lot of this has been also discussed.
I'm sure it is.
You're not wrong, but
I'm sorry to put everyone through that.
Okay. Do you want to make the motion, Mr. Deputy Mayor, or I have it in front of me? I can make it.
I can't find it. Go ahead.
A motion to approve the extension, well, now,
yeah, that's a good question. I know what you're going to say.
we have, I mean, there were 2 options. Option 1, option 2. I think we
Option 2.
discussed it at the last meeting, and I don't know where the resiliency committee is, but option 2 looked like a better option for the residents. This is, and for the public here in the audience and listening on TV, option 2, the residents would have the option to purchase a 95-gallon brown barrel at about $98 or so, one-time cost only. This is not mandated on all residents. This is an option for residents. So if you are a senior and you have a lawn service, you don't have to purchase it. If you live in a multifamily and your trash is taken care of, or your landscaping is taken care of by your property owner, you don't have to purchase it. This is an option for residents to get in. And I guess it's at any point, you know, they don't have to be, you know, right before April 1 of 2024, they can,
Or they can use brown bags.
or brown bags, or decide at a later date that they may want to buy into it, and they can purchase through Paynes or contact the town to do it.
But also pick up bundled.
And bundled. Well, I guess that was my question. In looking at the write-up, do sticks and brush need to be bundled, or can they be placed in the brown barrel?
Brown barrel or bundled.
Sure.
Should be bundled.
Yeah, that's how I read it.
Brush. Brush needs to be bundled. Sticks and twigs go in the barrel.
Sticks and twigs,
The question is, do the brush need to be bundled or put in the barrel? If it's broken up, it can be put in the barrel. There is a limit on length and thickness and size, but the bundle needs to be something that somebody can pick up and put into the truck. It can't be
Gotcha.
a piece of yarn around something 20 feet long. I'm trying to be overly facetious.
I got you.
Understood.
That answer your question?
Well, while you're up there, have you given any more thought to this?
Ouch.
Okay, so Under this scenario, we would go with option 2. Everybody's comfortable with option 2 for the public? Councilman Forrest?
Just through you to the town manager, I believe that we're going to have a fairly robust educational program aligned with this. Do you think you could just tell the council what that is, so we're voting on it with knowledge?
Yes, we'll be working with Paynes to develop a educational program that will include flyers that we'll have out. We'll do website notifications. We'll do, probably put something in tax bills, things like that, to inform folks. I think Paynes will have stickers that they're going to be providing as well. And as part of this program, we will be enforcing the no yard waste in the green barrels as well, because this only works if people use the brown barrels and use the yard waste. So if people, part of what Paynes will be doing is monitoring that process for us, and if they're finding people in violation of that, they'll give them a warning. If they violate again, they will not pick up. They'll say, well, I'm not picking up your trash, you got to take it out. And then the next time, if it's not in there, they'll pick it up. But so it's going to be a learning. Most people just comply, but you're going to have those people that are going to keep throwing it in their barrel. They don't want to buy the brown one, but that's all part of this process, and that's what we're going to need to do to get people to comply. Did I answer you?
Yeah.
In the effort of negotiating, one thing that just came to my mind, and having served on this council through various storms, microbursts, lightning storms, October snowstorms, would Paynes be able to, after, let's just say this past weekend, if there was a lot of yard debris and leaves came down, sticks, branches, you would tell residents they could put a brown barrel out for 2 weeks in a row. I know that has always been a conversation that I've had with town manager and physical services of opening the transfer station to the public for a couple extra days so that they could get yard debris. I mean, I think that's something that we could consider, that if after a storm where residents have a lot of yard debris, they can put it out for 2 weeks in a row, and they would pick it up.
I don't know. Logistically, they can do that if they have all the runs, but.
We
Right.
wouldn't be able to pick up 2 weeks in a row because that other week we're in a different section of town. But they could put it out in paper bags to get rid of that extra material.
yeah.
And we can also accommodate, we've had to do this in other towns when the October snowstorm hit in West Hartford, we were helping the town because everybody was inundated.
Right.
We'll work with the town.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Everybody's good?
This is a big deal for us.
Yeah.
I think. This is a big deal. I'm excited for this,
Good.
and I'm
It's-
happy to work with everybody to get this thing over the finish line. I thank everyone at this dais for an open mind as we work through
And
it.
just clarification on the motion, if I could. So it's to approve the extension of the additional 3 years to the current contract and for option 2 for the collection of yard waste. Did I capture it?
Approve the extension of an additional,
Yep, 3 years. Correct.
of the municipal solid waste contract with Paynes, Inc. to include yard waste collection, option 2,
Yep.
and to extend the term of the contract.
Okay.
You got that, Sue? I'll repeat it I'll make the motion. Motion to approve the extension of an additional 3 years of the municipal solid waste collection contract with Paynes, Inc. to include yard waste collection as noted in option 2 and to extend the term of the contract.
And if I might suggest that the start would be April of 2024 for the yard waste collection, just to make it clear in the motion.
With a start of April 1st, or April 2024. That's the motion.
Second.
Second? Yeah.
Motion's been made and seconded. All the, further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
I can't believe this just happened. This morning, we did not have 5.
Good news.
It's good news.
It is.
Great news.
I mean, it's great news for the environment, and we're, in multiple ways, we are repurposing compost and I trust Payne's to be able to dispose of it properly, but more importantly, for the taxpayers, we're reducing their tipping fees for our municipal solid waste. I know that is a priority of CCM, all the municipalities, State of Connecticut, DEP, as well as the governor. So this is a step in the right direction. Glad Weathersfield is leading this with other surrounding municipalities. So thank you, Mr. Payne, for working with us on this.
Even though somebody pushed really hard. Thank you guys very much.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
Yep.
Tomorrow I'm gonna dump my green barrel and get all that grass out of there.
As long as it's up.
I will be going to the transfer station like I always do, every weekend.
Hope you get your trash picked up next time.
New business, this is the 50/50 sidewalk repair cost-sharing program. I know there are concerns with this. I don't know, is Derek, are you here for this?
Yeah, he's here to answer questions on it. Basically, we discussed this as part of the budget work sessions. The council did approve the $25,000 for a pilot sidewalk repair cost-sharing program, but there was also discussion during those work sessions about making this an income-eligible or need-based program. And just after reviewing it with Derek, and the other part of this is that we've got a lot of interest when it passed in the budget from citizens that have received those notices, me being one of them, that sidewalks need to be repaired. Reaching out saying, can I get this matching for if I fix my sidewalks? So before we move forward with anything, I want to just clear council direction because we never landed on a final. We do believe that for the pilot, that going the route of making it income eligible makes it a lot more complicated. We have to involve other departments to review and verify eligibility, and it would just make it more of a challenge, I think, for us to move forward. And we are now in the season, obviously, for this work to get done. So I just wanted to have this discussion to get council direction on what's your pleasure with respect to this program. Derek can answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Just, I know we had conversations during the budget process of the 25,000, we called it the 50/50 match at that point. I think without a criteria or a needs-based assessment of this, I don't know how it would work. I mean, I think that
It was modeled after the facade program as we
right,
presented
the
it to you all.
50/50.
And there's no criteria there. If someone's going to invest in the improvement for their facade and they apply and it meets the work to be done, and in this case, it would have to be sidewalk panels that we've identified need to be replaced. It can't just be, I'm going to replace all my sidewalk panels, I want to have the money. It's good. But, so that's what it was modeled after, and that's how we had presented it. So it would work pretty much the same way in that respect, but in terms of...
I just see that it's going to be a first come,
It is.
first serve.
Just like,
And you're going to line...
So is the facade
Yeah.
program. We run out of money most years for that until the next year.
But those people apply for it in the condition that they are going to improve their property, thus improve the, tax base that, or the tax that it provides.
Yes.
This is something where I'm sorry if I'm not speaking closer. This is where $25,000 really could just pay for, I think we tried to do the math.
It's 100 slabs, right?
$300.
It's $50,000 worth of project, and they're $500 a piece, I believe.
Slabs are typically $300 a piece, roughly. So out of 50,000.
But
too late to do this kind of math in my head. but-
Driveway ones are bigger, right?
They're thicker in that respect, they cost a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yes, when that is the case.
Basically, we'll blow through this in half a street.
Yep. I counted 64 sidewalks on Fairmont.
64 sidewalks.
Sidewalk slabs that were marked by our crews.
Yes, when we had a new employee start, he was very ambitious, and went out and did mark a lot. We've since gone back to the neighborhood and picked the ones that absolutely are safety hazards by our criteria. Some of them still remain, some of them we've said are not necessarily hazards at this point, so they can wait. But we've worked that out with those residents. There are just a number of them in that area in particular, or anyone else who's gotten notices this year asking, is there funds available? So we've been holding off on giving any information until we had some more direction from council.
This could be a pilot for 1 year, see how many people take advantage of it, and if we can, I know everybody's going to take.
Everybody's going to take advantage of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. But 1 year, and we look to either expand on it in the future with additional funds to take care of more sidewalks, or consider that a needs base may be more appropriate in this circumstance. Mr. Deputy Mayor?
So as far as the needs base goes, we have programs for tax abatement for needs base, right? I would think that's already in the tax assessor's system. So couldn't we just use that as the qualification? If they're needs-based and it shows up on the tax rolls as such, then they could participate.
So those are mostly state, thank you, Mayor. Like the circuit breaker, most of that's decided by the state, and then there's a town option it's really based on income of what the residents earn, and then if they earn less than a certain amount, they get a tax break. I don't know if we call it abatement, but a break.
Yeah.
You're suggesting maybe follow that model, and if the person...
Use that as the town manager made it sound like it was going to be very cumbersome to have, town staff figure out if a person should be eligible or not, and I was thinking if this is something that's already done, they've already checked tax returns or whatever they do, and, use that as a guideline. If you're eligible for that, then you're eligible for the sidewalk program. That's just my thought of trying to do it somewhat easily.
We could do that as the pilot, because it's still not going to last long, and see how that works. But I would be more comfortable doing it that way, because my concern is we have a very high elderly population in town. These people have retired, they're not working anymore, and if suddenly they've got 3 or 4 sidewalks, they're facing a significant bill, and they should never be determining whether they're going to pay for their prescription, their food, or their sidewalk. And if we can help in that, then to me, the needs base would be applicable.
Can we work with it would either be the assessor or the tax collector. I think it is the assessor that would have to look at those that qualify for the circuit breaker program and the additional benefits from the town. And I think if there's not enough eligible folks that have sidewalks that need to be corrected through that program, then we can expand it beyond that. But at least that's a good way to start off this program with this original, $25,000. Have it be through a needs base determined by the assessor's office on those that would qualify, and then move beyond that to those that maybe we can put more money in next budget, and then determine either another criteria at that point or be a first come, first served basis. Well, does that sound good to you guys? Start off with a program for those on a needs based, and then expand it if we have the will of the next council, next budget? Sorry, Mr.
Well, two things. First, I could support that, I don't know the rest of the council. But Derek, a question for you. So we notice the folks where we're asking them to repair their sidewalks in disrepair, correct? When that happens, do most of the residents repair them, or do they not because they don't have funds or they don't take it serious? And then this program may help them. So do we have a lot of, I don't want to call it non-compliance, but I'll call it that they don't follow when we notice them to fix it?
I will say in recent years since COVID, it's been more difficult to get those repaired. You know, one thing to remember is that, I mean, it's very rare we get people call us, say, hey, I've got a trip hazard, I want to fix it. It's their responsibility as all property owners in town. However, it's usually because we've gone out and said, we've been made aware of, or we've noticed an issue, a safety hazard that has to be addressed, and therefore you have to do it. So if it is going to be needs-based, we aren't looking at that when we go and say, hey, this has got to be fixed. You know, it may be that 90% of those we're issuing would not fall into that category, maybe 10% would. So it's not something that they're looking for. It's more if we tell them you have to do this, there is some funding available to help you do it. So the thought initially was to have, you know, we're having a hard time with compliance just globally, so this would help encourage compliance. We have 113 miles of sidewalk in town. If you walked around, a lot of it, you know, can be in poor condition. And we have an inspector that's his job to go out and find these, and we're looking for ways to try and incentivize people to do what's required by ordinance with a little less pain in doing it, was the intent.
Thank you.
Councilman Forrest?
Ideas are good. It's what we talked about on budget time. I don't know if the particular criteria that was just recommended would apply to enough houses for the 25,000, but I don't think that the program has to be, the needs-based doesn't, there's a lot of different needs-based criteria that can be met and probably data easily acquired, whether it's the assessor or like we've got, when you get the free and reduced lunches at the educational, they've got their, you know, if you meet this and you file for this and blah, 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 and you're in. Like, I think it can be a fairly easy litmus test, but I would ask the town manager when you're talking to the assessor or so on and so forth, what's the best litmus test to use for the success of the program? You don't want to make it so narrow that nobody can apply for it, but not so broad that all of a sudden we have to have a lotto, we got a line of 65 people here and we got to have some type of a random, now we got to set up a lottery, you know, for this, right? And that's got its own set of issues. So it might be a great idea. It may be another criteria that you can go talk to social and youth services downstairs and say, oh no, I think this will probably get about the lower 20% of the population. Let's use this criteria. And then you just go with it. So I would be looking to you, town manager, and your staff with what the appropriate gauge might be for this particular one.
I was just suggesting something easy, that's.
I agree.
I like it.
Yep.
You know, without having to fill out, you know, you can't have people bringing their tax returns in and, you know, all this stuff. It's something that's already readily available.
I think that there's a lot that already exists in the governmental entity to do that.
I like the idea of a pilot, trying it out. Let's get this started. We got an incentive. We have a problem with sidewalks right now. They're non-compliant, as Derek said. Maybe we put a pilot in for a year, see how it goes, and start fixing some sidewalks.
Without the.
Well, I'm okay putting that in.
Okay.
You know, I thought yours was a good suggestion. It seems like that's easier to manage and.
Don't know, but I'll let you.
Don't know. Okay.
You know, if I could just make a suggestion, maybe you have a long list, I would assume, of non-compliant sidewalk people. What if we took a snapshot of that list and just, you know, had somebody check and say, yeah, you know, the 100 people here and one qualifies. Well, then that plan's not going to work. Or,
Move to a different standard.
Yeah, or something. I don't know. Just a suggestion. It's $25,000. It's
Not gonna go long.
I think the town manager's got guidance.
And I know we discussed this at probably 2 or 3 meetings ago. Old Weathersfield and some other parts of the town have the slate. That was one of the concerns on corner of State and Main Street. is that handled differently? I recall homeowners and the town came to an agreement on, wasn't a 50-50 agreement, but there was some way to be able to work with the homeowners so that they kept the slate, but they would have to go through their own contractors to do that?
Yeah, I mean, historically, the town's policy has been it's concrete. That is on my list of things to do, is put together a memo for the manager, which will come to you to talk about what kind of policy do we want to have. It doesn't come up a lot, but it does come up from time to time. You know, on a lot of properties, you may notice there's slate, and then you'll see a slab of concrete, and then some more slate and more concrete. That's because over the years that's how the town has repaired them. You know, because the slate is significantly more expensive, obviously, than the concrete, and difficult to obtain. So in this particular instance, that property owner was willing to work with a contractor that felt they could get something similar that worked for them. So we kind of worked with them on it, but it would be good to have a policy in place on how we want to handle it, because you know, there are areas down in Old Weathersfield that have it, and some people you know, are interested in it and keeping it. So you know, how we want to handle it.
And if they qualify as a needs-based resident, there goes a larger portion of the 25,000 to.
It depends on how council wants to handle those. I mean, historically, we have not come back and said, you have a cracked, broken slate, you know, new slate will be put in. It's just been concrete. So if you do want it to be slate, then it would, in that case, if we were using that program, yeah, it would take up a larger chunk of it to replace it. The problem is a lot of that slate obviously is very historical and old, so it's hard to match. Some of the things that, excuse me, that we were going to, you know, look into and present to you would be, you know, doing concrete that looks like a slate, has color, has texture to it, that might be, you know, obviously not, you can't get 100-year-old slate slabs, but something that might look better than just pouring a concrete slab would be an option. So there's a range of options for us to consider, and that's something that can be, you know, rolled into this conversation as well.
Okay.
It was just council direction. I got it. Okay, I'm good. Go.
Council direction on 2 or more criteria of a needs base.
Yeah, based on whether or not you want a needs base or not is what we need to know. If we know, we'll come up with something. Right.
Work with staff on that, be it social services or the assessor's office. Okay. And I don't know, was there even a motion in there?
No, it was just council direction.
Everybody's good with that one? And now, actually, yeah, M2, Keisha Farm Master Plan. I'll open that up for discussion. I think the proposal is before us. This is a proposal that was done at the direction of the town manager with, I believe, engineering's input in this. This was an idea that had been born through the meeting that we had here a couple months ago we moved all the pieces around. We've had further discussions on some placements of fields. It is in the description that the property where the barn is would be a farming segment of the whole 29 acres, as well as, you know, I think we would want, the conversation was to have an educational aspect for that, which was brought up tonight on that property over there. There was a concept to have farming on a portion of the property to the north, as well as a field. We can have conversation about, how many fields and the size of the fields, but there was conversation to have one field. I will say in any of my conversations with the town manager, my idea was to have a buffer for Collier and Stonegate. If you recall, the comments that were made about the CLMP property and the tree line of the town tree line between, there's actually 3 parcels. It's the parcel that is to the west of the tree line, the open space parcel, which is the town's open space, or not open space, but farmable land, and then the CL&P property. So it was always my idea, and I don't know if anybody else agreed with me on that, to have some type of a buffer for those on Stonegate and on Collier for this. Kind of conceptually, I always thought that that was an idea. I know in conversations with the town manager, the idea to have an entrance where that stop sign is would make it easier, but it wasn't set in stone. And, obviously nothing that is on this map that was shared with everybody and the public is set in stone, and it's for conversation and discussion purposes tonight. We're not voting on anything tonight. We're just going to have some conversation about what we can agree upon, and hopefully if we don't agree upon, what we can agree upon in the future. So with that, I'll open it up for discussion. Councilman Forrest?
Thanks, Mayor. We have had a lot of discussion at this dais, and I actually think there is a lot that we can agree upon. We talked about recreational facilities, about our fields, about its needs, and we even had a study done by the town manager which talked about the need for additional facilities and an upgrade of our current facilities, much of which we even heard from the public today. And we are doing a lot of investment in improving some of our fields with a lot of the ARPA money already. That said, as we move forward, it does look like through that process that we are going to need additional fields. I've got kids that do play sports. I coach sports. I've played sports here, growing up. And when we do, I do want better facilities for our town, and also better organized and laid out facilities, like the concession stands being at the right location and toilet facilities being maybe not portalets, right? And you do go around, I think, and you feel like, I heard somebody talk about Millwood sort of being stuck in the 1970s, and there's a little bit of that. I think that there's a little accuracy to that. Love my town, and I want it to be great, and I want our facilities to be great, not because I want to copy Glastonbury or West Hartford or Rocky Hill or some other town. I want our facilities to be great because I love Weathersfield, and I want people to think of Weathersfield as a great town, to visit, to live, high quality of life, and that we have a pride of place. And I do think that that is needed, and this council has started to make those investments, and I think that we should continue to make those investments. All that said, though, when we were here and we were drawing maps, and in negotiations that I've had with the mayor 6 months ago, 8 months ago, we were talking about ARPA funds and allocating them. And then at the budget hearings, we had more negotiations. And I said, I can get behind newer facilities and upgrading our facilities. And we talked about maintenance of our facilities, when in this budget we added 1 or 2 maintainers to start that process. But it really should be at Millwoods Park. There's additional space, it can fit, and it fits in a little bit better with the surrounding topography, and we already have a lot of the infrastructure already there that we can build upon in what I believe is a more efficient manner for more and better facilities. When we talked about that, we also talked about ensuring, because there was concern by the public that Millwoods Park doesn't just become, field after field after field, and we talked about a planting of a tree plan, which we have had conversations here about starting to re-tree the area. Linda Case brought up a situation on Park Ave, but I think it's true for Millwoods Park as well. Interestingly, they're both named Park. But I think that that's important as we sort of develop where we want to put our resources and how we want to design ourselves moving forward. This particular plan and its specificity, of course, talks about parking facilities and 1 to 3. I know we're not beholden to 3 fields, et cetera. But it looks like from our money standpoint and the ARPA money that we have, it looks like we're probably looking at about 1 more field, possibly some other improvements along the way. I'm not sure necessarily the full breadth of the plan that's before us for conversation only, and I understand that. We have enough money to necessarily support and build something like that. So I wouldn't want to get to a point where, as in Weathersfield sometimes we do, we start a project and we get halfway there and we don't necessarily complete it into something that we can be proud of. So with that, I think I'm still going to be consistent with my conversations with the mayor and our negotiations, that I think that I can be on board with using some funds for upgrading the facilities, getting them into something that we can be proud of, and even expanding our facilities, because I do believe, as the study's shown that we had, do need more fields to support a lot of the ongoing and growth, but that field is better positioned at Mill Woods. And in those negotiations, we talked about the difference between grass field and artificial turf. And we've had those conversations. I think the mayor was leaning a little bit more towards a more natural surface at that time, but I'm not going to speak for him, but that was part of that discussion. I can understand where there's concerns now, and I haven't been up to date on the most recent 2023 studies about injuries and any environmental concerns. And I think that is a point of negotiation and togetherness that we can find about maybe what is the right type and kind of field. But I think as we move forward, we could take a bigger look at Millwoods Park in its totality, and we have a couple of the pieces already set in plan, whether it's the pickleball courts and the naturalized trails that we're thinking about building and improving around, and look at that as a whole. The master plan is, I think, a little dated, and there could be some reconfiguration to get even more efficiency out of that park and provide the services that I think that we can deserve as a town of Weathersfield. So moving forward, I think as we look at that park as the primary source of our athletic facilities and upgrade, Keisha should certainly be an opportunity for us as a town, but I'm a little hesitant because we also know that we have this large school project without great guidance on exactly where that's going to go. There was a concept, it talked about transition schools and so on and so forth, but it talked about moving Highcrest over to another part of the land, which is going to be adjacent now to Keisha Farm under Plan 1, not necessarily that's moving forward. But now the Board of Ed's got to present us as a council with what's going to happen next. And it could be swing space, it could be, we might need that land for other opportunities that might relate to school, which may open up other opportunities for fields. But by, I think, moving with a plan on that particular property, which is directly adjacent to large town-owned property, Highcrest and its environs, I think would be a little premature until we start to understand really what are the schools going to do moving forward, giving them as much flexibility for something that we can manage as a school referendum. The last one failed, probably for a bunch of reasons, but some of it might be cost. So allowing us that flexibility at Keisha Farm for the school project moving forward and recognizing our current money and upgrades at Millwoods Park, I think will do the amount that we have right now at that moment. Whether or not the farm thing comes to fruition and the rest of it, that's for them to develop. The concert series seems to be going strong for the last year and a half, whatever it was. I'd like to see that continue. That's a nice, very passive use of that particular land, which might be fun to continue, but we'll see how that sort of works out into the future. But preserving that land for a nice passive use now until we get the schools moving forward and having an upgrade in Mill Woods with the money that we have, I think is the right move forward for that particular piece of land. Those are my thoughts from council comments.
Councilman O'Connor?
Thank you. I just want to step back to when the town made the decision to buy Keisha Farms and spend millions of dollars on it. The way they sold that to the town is it was to be used for multiple use. It had multiple use cases. One of them was sports fields. In fact, it was the sports community, and I know because I signed that petition and I helped it and I voted in favor of buying that field because that to me was what I felt was the most important need of the town. And now, when you have neighbors come up here and say, I want a sports field, we don't want that, you're doing is you're dishonoring all those people who voted so the town bought that field and kept it away from a developer. And so my arguments and what I have been advocating for is that piece, because that is what those youth sports teams voted for. That's what got those parents out to vote so that we could take that land, so a developer didn't take that land and put a housing complex in there. And there is plenty of land for everyone's needs to be met. There is land for farming, and there is no one up here who said they're not going to support farming. There is land for trails. That whole wetlands area is where you build those trails. We can't touch that, and we wouldn't touch that. And there's land for fields. Everybody in the town gets to benefit from it. The thing that upsets me the most, and actually is very disheartening, is the non-truths that are out there. We had a gentleman come up today and state that I lied and said it was something about the barn. Well, guess what? Nobody on this council stopped the series, the concert series. Nobody on this council stopped it. That is an unequivocal fact. None of us here supported stopping that. It was the decision by that committee because they did not want to park at Highcrest. We just asked, park at Highcrest and honor the neighbors who complain all the time about the sports events and all the other parking. We said, park at Highcrest. They decided, not us, to say, forget it, we're not doing that. Now, what's very ironic is the argument they made was there are a lot of older people who come to these concerts, and it puts them at a disadvantage. Well, you can drop them off, but that was the argument. But we had a speaker come up here today who stated, what I liked about these concerts, it was a much younger crowd. It wasn't like the Keeney Coolers. So who's telling what? And so the reality is we didn't stop the concerts. That was the decision we made. We just asked them to park to help the neighbors out. Real simple, very factual. The problem is when you get sides that get divided, you get a lot of mistruths. This was posted today on the web because I saw all the posts that came out. Artificial turf. All the pesticides that are going to run off and contaminate the land. Guess what? There aren't pesticides used on artificial turf. Nowhere do they mention the fact that we don't have to water turf, so we're actually saving a natural resource. Also, the two other points that were put in this same exact, if you want to speak, you can come up in the minute. Anyone who has suggested renting this facility out. Nobody has ever suggested renting this facility out to other towns. That's never even been publicly stated, but it's out there because it's scaring people to think that's what's going to happen. Nobody up here has even advocated for using lights on those fields, but it's being touted out there because they want people to think this is what we want. Guess what? Nobody stated we want to do a rap concert there, but I'm sure that'll come up next because I just said it. And the reality is so there's a lot of stuff out there that's not true. And we're looking at this as a council, is everybody can get something from this and the entire town can benefit. Nobody is being put, we're asking to share. That map divided into three. The farming, the trails, and the fields. Everybody gets something, everybody's needs are being met. It doesn't have to be a fight, it doesn't have to be contentious, but there are those who think the town bought the farm. They bought a failing farm because they want the town to get into farming. Well, I can tell you right now, that's not what I voted for. That is not how that field was pitched to me to get me to vote for it. And I'm pretty sure the Republicans were against buying that field, and if you haven't figured out, I'm a Republican. So the reality is, I know why I voted for it, I know why the youth sports programs voted for it, and I know why when I called youth sports leaders to say, hey, this is an opportunity for us to get more fields because they need it more than anybody, and I know because I've been involved in it for 30 years, they all jumped on and went out and supported that. And to sit there and turn around and say, now you can't get that, but thanks, by the way, for voting for it is disingenuous. And here's the thing that is really strange to me is everybody's coming up and saying, well, why don't we just do it at Mill Woods? Why don't we just do it at Mill Woods? Well, what about those neighbors? Not one single person came up and said, we can't do it there. It's not fair to those neighbors. It's just not fair to these neighbors. And now what happens is you pit side against side. And nobody wins in that. And so to me there is a compromise, and I think this was a well thought out compromise where everybody gets something that they wanted. nobody's going to be out there. If there's no lights, you're not going to have people there at all hours of the night. And so, there is an issue, and by moving parking off of Highland and into an area, I don't know why there's 100 parking spots there. That makes no sense to me, and I don't think that's what you're going to finally see. But the reality is, you get them off of Highland and into that area, then you eliminated all the crazy parking. And everybody, and you people know better than I do because you live down there, but my parents live down there. The reality is, someone is eventually, sadly, going to get hit by a car because of the way those cars are so tight together and they run across the street to the baseball. If you move them onto Keisha Farms in a parking area, you've eliminated that risk. And so I just would wish that I wish all the people came up here at least and maybe they weren't told that. Maybe they were told it's going to be this giant metro Astrodome with enclosing ceilings, and that's all they were told. The reality is it wasn't.
You did this yourself, you idiot.
Hey.
Why are you now saying opposite?
Public comment, buddy, calm down.
You done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Good.
And I'll be up there.
So the reality is, this was a compromise that addressed everybody's needs. And I think that's fair. And I wholeheartedly understand and I support everybody's right to come up and differ and argue and say this and that. But the idea was, we're trying to meet the needs of 28,000 residents. And we're trying to do it fair and respectful. And sadly, and it's easy to do, and it happens. And by the way, I know this probably better than anyone because I was very vocal in getting the turf at Catone Field. And I know how people felt about that, and yet they did it respectfully. They put light limits on, they did all that stuff. And by the way, every house around Catone Field, it's worth more than $100,000 now than before the turf. And that's a fact. And yes, that's part of the economy and all that. But the reality is, people's houses didn't go sinking into the ground like everyone stated they would. But the reality is, we are doing this in a thought-out manner, and we're trying to make it so that everybody gets the benefit of that field. It doesn't have to be all or none, one way or another. Everybody should be able to share in it. And I thought this was a perfect plan that did that, and I don't agree with just moving it over to Mill Woods, because that's not why we bought it, and that's not why the youth sports program stepped up and said we want this. Otherwise, we could have done a referendum for Mill Woods. And so I hope that clarifies some things. I know I'm an idiot, but I hope that does clarify some things for some of you and addresses some of the stuff that has been said. Because I don't think you have a group of inflexible, stubborn people who aren't asking about community input and thought. That's just not true. It's easy to pitch that when you want to get people riled up and tell them that they're anti-something, and they're not. It's not true. And I think if you actually look at this, you'll see it is in fact very fair. And so hopefully that helps, and if not, well, sorry.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the map is not set in stone. I mean, this is, and nobody up here thinks that this is set in stone. Right. 3 fields, to me, seems a little too much, personally.
No, I never thought there was going to be 3 fields.
Right. But the concept of a third, and a third, where you have sport. Excuse me?
Why is there 3 fields?
I don't know.
We don't know. It was.
Who did this? Then who put it out there?
They all say possible, it all says possible field locations. So it's for this conversation. This was not ever set in stone, and we put on there, on all of them, and if you read the narrative that accompanied it, these are recommendations for possible locations only. We even state that third field in the back is if and only if High Crest gets moved and we need additional fields. This likely would be a baseball field to replace the one for High Crest. These are options and opportunities based upon all the studies and everything that was done. Staff reviewed all of those, and we understand some of the fields are located where some of the good agricultural soils. We also left a lot of the good agricultural soils behind the house that have the most active use. So again, these were recommendations for possible locations to have this conversation so that we can determine what we want to do and where, whether that's 1 field, 2 field, 3 field, no fields. That's what this was for. and it's to have a conversation about it. I think that from a staff perspective, what isn't helpful to us is not deciding on anything for Keisha, and it's not good for the Friends of Keisha, it's not good for anybody. We need to say, if the barn and the farm field's gonna be used for Friends of Keisha or whoever, then let's do that, and let's put it in stone and move forward. It's the indecision that is causing all these meetings. Now, I've been here for a little over a year, and I think this is, my first time here was for my interview, and this was the topic. And it was another one of those meetings with person after person. And we keep having the same conversation over and over again. I think it's healthy dialogue, I think it's great. But I think as a council, you bought this 4 years ago, going 5 years ago now. A decision needs to be made of what you want to do with this property, and that will help the staff to move forward. So what I'm doing as town manager, and at the request of council members and as part of this conversation, is giving you something to respond to. That's why we did the work session with the pieces to move it around. What do you want to see? What we proposed here with the barn, the house, the whole side of the street with the barn, the greenhouses, all of that, and the house and the field behind the house would go towards farming purposes. That's about 10 acres in total, okay, of a 30-acre property roughly. You have fields that are proposed, and again, no one here thought there's going to be 3 fields. We're giving them options of locations and where they could possibly be. The roads going in and out are for traffic flow. Derek was in here before. There's a reason why we utilized, or proposed to utilize, the Eversource easement, is because it's directly across the street from Highcrest. And from a traffic safety perspective, you want to try to match where you have the intersections, okay? You don't want another driveway, another 100 feet up, 200 feet up on Highland Avenue. And that's just basic traffic safety. And if you look at the old plans for the new Highcrest School, that didn't make a lot of sense, their turnaround for the buses was right in front of where the current driveway down into that field is. That was not going to work. From a traffic perspective. So we put the secondary access because any kind of facility like that, you need, or you should have, multiple means of access and egress in case there's an emergency and something happens. That's what it's based on. You can shake your head all you want. I'm telling you that this is the process that we did. This is the process that we did, and I think, to Councilor Connor's point, we tried to create as much of an equal look at it as possible. It's almost divided a third in terms of land area. We're not paving the whole place. In fact, these parking lots are probably going to be not paved at all, similar to what you see at a lot of Mill Woods. So with all that in mind, that's what's been presented. It's not, nothing's in stone. It says right on here, we did this for comment and direction from this council, and that's what's been presented. And I appreciate all the comments. I get it. And that's what the council needs to hear. And now what we want to see is something move forward, because the Friends of Keisha haven't been able to move forward with anything. And there hasn't been anything move forward with this property at all. We'd like to move something forward, whatever that is, whatever's the direction of this council. And I think it's important that we get to a decision. That's why this is before us now, and it's to try to help move the conversation for something concrete. It's hard to respond to something if you don't have something in front of you. And I know, and I will tell you personally, I also agree that a lot of the stuff that was put out about this was wrong. And it was to scare people. It worked. I had several people call me, and I said, this is the real situation. They were like, well, that's not what it said in the email. I said, well, I didn't send you the email. And I get it. But I think it's important that we have dialogue, and I think there's been a lot of opportunity to talk about this since I've been here. And I agree that there absolutely should be more public outreach if we decide on some kind of basic concept plan for this property. Then we do charrettes, we do things like that. How does this look? How does this work? You don't do traffic studies without a plan of what you want to do, because you don't know what you're studying the traffic for, okay? You don't do a lot of this other planning that people have talked about. Anything that's proposed here ultimately has to go before the Planning and Zoning Commission for approval, which means public hearings, which means, you know, a lot of process. It means traffic studies, means all of that. We're not there yet. We're not even close to that yet. So I just suggest that people take a breath and let's walk through this process and try to get to a point where we can get to something that makes sense for everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Town Manager. Councilman Lesser?
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I ask everyone to be respectful. I don't like the name calling someone an idiot. That doesn't belong here. We can disagree on different things. We can discuss. I don't appreciate the name calling, and even if we don't agree. I think we could use another field or two in town. I think that Mill Woods is ready for that now. It is, in my view, our sports complex. As for Keisha, I could support a field down the road, grass field down the road. But what I'd really like to see is some type of public partnership between the town and the community, that we have some engagement meetings, not in this form where we discuss, because this is really not a discussion. It's more of you give your opinion, we tell you ours, or we talk up here. And that we have a time period, maybe it's 3 to 6 months, and we develop a plan together, because in this council term, in my view, this has been the most contentious issue. This has brought out the most public, and primarily on one side of the issue, I'll note, against anything happening there. But I do agree with the comments that we want to move this forward. We want to solve the Keisha Farm. We want to have something that we all can be proud of. But I think there needs to be some two-way dialogue. One way is you just talking and giving your opinions, and us just talking, that we have a group, and I'll use the word again, a partnership. So we do need fields. I think the first and next field should go at Mill Woods. That's the place that's ready for fields. But I'm not against a future field at Keisha. I want to make that clear. And I would support a grass field, but I would support, and I've said it before, a field there. The town manager's report that came out, I believe, in February suggested we need 2 to 4 fields. Well, we only have funding for one right now. These things are very, very expensive. The question is, where does the one field go? Where's the place that's ready for the next field? Where do we have such a public outcry, and we have to listen, where are we not ready for a lot of reasons, in my view, including all the comments we hear, where are we not ready to put a field? That's at Keisha. But I could support one potentially in the future, after we kind of develop a plan together, because we have a lot of people, mostly neighbors, but throughout the town, that this is a very sensitive issue for them. This is a very sensitive public, political issue, if you will, and there needs to be some, in my view, two-way dialogue. So I do want to move it. I do think we want to get a solution for everybody there, but I think there may be a better way to do it in terms of some type of partnership. And if we need to put a field, and we've allocated funds for a field, I think the first field should go at Mill Woods. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
My turn. I think one of the, and I'm guilty of it myself. When I opened the agenda pack, I looked immediately at the map, the plan, and I didn't read the agenda item that Town Manager Presley put together. And I think what he describes in the text addressed each of the items that was in the Keisha Farm plan that they presented to the council in March of 22, I believe it was. You know, we're preserving the barn, we're preserving the greenhouse. That's all going to be used for farming and public event space. That's what the people said they wanted. There's farmland on the northern side, adjacent to Collier, that provides community garden space, other farming, whatever the Friends of Keisha decide to do at the farming aspect. We put that in there. We put the walking trails in there. We put a field, which I'm going to read this little blurb here from, this is the Keisha Farms Committee minutes of the March 7th, 22 meeting. And I'm going to skip down to subcommittee reports. Cindy thanked all subcommittees for their research and thorough reports. Item 2, field reports. The data shows public support and need for another field within Weathersfield. The recommendation is for a synthetic field, parentheses, lower cost of maintenance over time with a fence. Also recommended is to proceed to keep the neighborhood, parking, traffic under consideration, and they're referencing the feedback from the surveys. A land survey is needed, which we had done. I believe it was Yukon put the land survey together. Gave us some options of where fields could be put. One of the items, the last item, I believe, in the Keisha Farm Committee recommendations was that they would form a 501c3. And I had asked questions about how that was going to work. March 21, 22, Mrs. Greenblatt remarked that they are going to bring a plan forward which will have both the plan for the farm manager, and how it will operate, and what it will pay to the town if it hopefully takes money in. There will be a financial plan, but for now, we don't have that because of a lack of a survey. Well, the survey's been completed. There's never been any other proposals presented by Friends of Keisha of what they want to do with this CSA model, etc. So I think we've tried to address all the concerns that the Keisha Farm Committee and recommendations, and some people are insulted that we didn't, evidently they think we didn't take those into consideration, but we have taken them into consideration. There was comments tonight that we haven't done a study on the fields. Well, the town manager did a study. They said 2 to 4 fields. Further discussion said that if we use synthetic fields, because you get to utilize the fields more, we could probably get away with 1.5 fields like what we have at Catone Field. And that's where the synthetic field idea came into Keisha Farms. We purposely suggested centering the field in the middle of the property to create the most buffer from Highland, Collier, and Stonegate. As the town manager said, some things got put into a drawing based on engineering, traffic, other considerations. My thought was there was going to be 1 field in the center of the property, 1.5 fields. We talked at length about High Crest, and if we lose those fields, how does that play into the Parks and Rec report that says we need 2 to 4 fields? So we put a reserve area, which is wooded right now. Probably not practical to even put a baseball field there, but we wanted to reserve some space in the event that those fields on the south side of Highland are lost to development of a new school. So I'm frustrated that so many people spoke out that, in my opinion, didn't have all the facts and the information that has been gathered over the last several years, which allowed the town staff to put together a draft. I'm sure it was titled Master Plan. What are you going to call it? Sketch of Keisha Farm. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Councilman O'Connor?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor, for that. I just wanted to add 2 other points that I meant to mention before. You know, the Keisha Farm Committee did a survey, and in that survey, the #1 use case for that field was sports fields. It was their own survey. And it was 29%, and then there was 24%, 28%, 15%, and it broke down into walking trails and gardens. So the top 3 use cases for that, based on that survey, were sports fields, trails, and gardens, which I'll call farming. That's what we tried to adhere to. Interestingly enough, though, is when we were talking about the sports field part, we said, well, look, that was the #1 request out of your own survey. They were like, well, that was such a small survey. But now the comment is, well, 77% of the people using the same survey wanted this, and now suddenly it's a great survey. And just flipping it upside down. The reality, though, is it was a close vote, if you recall. That wasn't an overwhelming vote by the town to buy that field. And that vote, and I will stand firm to this, was swung because of the youth sports families that voted for that don't live anywhere near there, or some that live near there, that knew the town needed more sports fields. And they were the ones who were able to sway that. And so to not provide them that is a disservice to them. They're the ones who prevented that from being a 55 and older community with hundreds of houses in there, which I'm sure you would not have wanted to see as a neighbor, and I'm sure you wouldn't want to deal with that traffic either, which would be every single day. And so I would say is when you look at this, just realize a lot of the people that voted for that to prevent that type of experience happening were people who just wanted a sports field for their kids. And so I would just hope people would take a step back and remember that, because they were very influential on that field getting bought by the town.
Further comment? I mean, this is before us. Obviously, there's just 5 of us, and this is before us as just council consideration. Oh, yeah. We do have in our code that we would have to extend beyond 11 o'clock. We would have to have a motion. It looks like we'll have that because we do have executive session after this as well. So may I have a motion to extend beyond 11 o'clock?
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Anyone?
You want to go home?
Ayes have it.
Mr. Bradley's been sitting here for 6 hours or whatever.
Thank you, Sue, for that reminder. Okay, back to the agenda item at hand. Obviously, we have heard from residents, not only at this meeting, but previous meetings. You know, I think what we'll do is I may be reaching out to some folks to have some further dialogue on this. I would welcome them to have a conversation with members of the council and see if we can come to some type of an agreement where we may be able to have a combination of what those 3 items were that Councilman O'Connor had mentioned were the priorities that seemed to be what, you know, the town had put into this concept. So, no further discussion? Guys are good?
Talked it out.
We'd have to have a special meeting if you want to have the full council. No. Mr. Town Manager, a question. If we were to have a meeting with the public regarding Keisha with the full council, we have to have a special meeting, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to know.
Similar to what we did.
Yeah, but obviously the format would be different because you'd be asking for interaction, whereas there was more of a conversation amongst yourself. This would be more of a setup like a charrette, where you guys can exchange ideas and talk through it.
Twice you've used that word tonight.
Sorry.
Proud of you.
It's late.
Okay. Moving on to the item N, public comment. This is,
Do we ever vote for the consent?
yeah, we voted for the consent. Yeah.
We did.
Remember when you pulled out that
You
one?
pulled out number 1, Jay,
Yeah.
but we voted for it.
We voted for those.
Want to vote again?
No. Go home.
Public comment section. Do I need to repeat? 5 minutes? State your name and address. Well, you don't have to be quick. Just,
Mary Breton, 209 Clovercrest Road. You know, I just want to clarify some things in terms of, you know, I hear a lot of council comments about where are people getting this information? And that's what I would like to know, because I think we have a real communication problem here. It's even, I read through that agenda item very carefully. Of course, I was working, trying to get, stuff done, but honestly, the way things are presented needs to be improved. I don't give people misinformation. There was no information to begin with, way back when all this sports complex debacle. This has been the problem, is that then all of a sudden, it's like someone's misinforming you. If you don't have information, you can't misinform if there's no inform. That's my thing. Change management. You want to introduce a field? Let's get a communication, let's get a consultant, for God's sakes. One who knows how to do this, who doesn't do analysis paralysis, and that's it. I'm just tired of this back and forth, because it ends up, we get insulted, things get twisted around, everybody remembers things in a different way. It's never going to get resolved. We have to figure out how to work together as a community. The thing that's missing in this discussion is the community. We don't get to talk about this stuff with you. There's so many details when you're throwing around the different kinds of fields, or there should be, or theories about what you voted for in the referendum or what other people did. We all just need to just take a chill pill and have a real conversation about what's best for this town. I can tell you that this is widespread. This is not just in this neighborhood. So this is a gem. I'm not opposed to a field, just like Kenny. I want to know more about, you can't decide on artificial turf until you know that you're not going to damage the wetlands or Collier Brook or anything else. So I'll just leave it at that. So thank you.
Do you need me to write it down again?
No.
Sean Fuss, 193 Clovercrest. I want to wholeheartedly agree with what Mary just said. Observing this whole process since this was all began strikes me as a huge miscommunication between the council and the community. I think that a lot of this would have been resolved very early on if, and as I had said before, you don't want to committee something to death, but is bringing the community in with the council to discuss this. You can have all your work sessions, but as far as what I've observed, we haven't been able to ask our questions, except for through emails or social media posts. And there is no question that without that communication from the council to the public, things are going to be assumed, which leads to misinformation. There is no question about that. I know myself, I try to get as accurate as information as possible. Am I wrong? Absolutely, I'm human. But I think that we need to have that conversation to draw this process forward. As I believe the town manager had mentioned, and maybe some of the councilors mentioned as well, is if we have a third, and a third, that's great, but we need to know what is the plan now and what is the foresight for the future. And I would like to thank the town manager, because it's the first time I've actually heard some ideas of the thoughts that have gone behind this master plan or any of those things in the past. Questions about lights? I'm a resident, I live right there. I have that question, but there's never been anything said by this council about, is that a future idea? Renting it out, I mean, immediately that's where my mind goes because of concessions. Am I wrong? Sure, maybe it is, but is that the future? And Mr. O'Connor, I would say that I do think, and I could be wrong on this, the parking on Highland, the parking lots on Keisha, if there are fields there, if it's two, maybe with one, I think those parking lots that are on this master plan right now would be filled up by those fields. So I do not think it would alleviate the parking that's on Highland. So that still is an issue that would still need to be addressed, I believe. Can some compromise be made? Sure, but I don't think just having parking on Keisha will solve the issue that's at Highland right now, or Collier and Highcrest. But I'll just put myself out there. Please contact me. I'd love to talk about this. I'm very passionate about it, and I think that everybody who voted for the purchase of this farm, for whatever reason, can be satisfied either now and in the future with this property. So, Thank you.
Mr. Young?
Robert Young, 20 Copper Mill Road. The vote on the Keisha Farm was 6,651 people who voted yes. 5,285 people voted no. That was a total of 11,935 voters came out and voted. Where do those no's stand in this? I keep hearing all night long, and at other times, everybody's gonna get something out of the Keisha Farm. Those 5,285 people were totally disregarded by the Amy Bello administration. And your administration picked up on that, continued. You totally disenfranchised those 5,285 people. And it continues. Are they in any of this analysis of what's going to happen at the Keisha Farm? There were people that came to this podium. I think it was 6 or 7 of them out of 14 or 16 people that spoke in total that wanted some kind of housing on that property. And they were totally disenfranchised. That's what our government does, disenfranchises people. And as they do it, the other people are the winners. And the disenfranchised people still got to pay the same amount of money in taxes as the winners. But that's how this town operates. And that's not the way it should be. We have been totally taken away from the table. When Amy Bello, what's his name, the manager at that time, Gary Evans, created or picked people to be selected on that Keisha Farm committee, they didn't pick any of these 5,285 people, or those 6 people that came and spoke. They picked everybody but. And now the decision is who Gary Evans and the interim town manager, Kathy Bagley, decided to put on that committee was all the other people. And that's all I hear. Oh, we want trails, we want fields. None of this stuff is going to bring in any money. And sports, we've never seen a nickel from Catone Field that has turf on it. We haven't seen any, when it was presented, I asked about the money. No, the town council at that time was zip. And now, when I asked about the money regarding the Keisha Farm, about what are you going to do with it? You were on the committee. Mr. Lesser was on the committee. Mr. Forrest was on that Amy Bello administration. Miss Brenton was on that. And you all kept the appraisal as tight as they could to your chest so the citizens couldn't see what the value was. $1.7 million, and somebody negotiated $2.4 million, and the entire Bello administration approved it. They all supported it. And that's why you got the problem today. That's why when you run for election, you're lucky to get 20% of the elected, of the people who are registered to vote in the town of Wethersfield. Go back and look at your numbers. There's 19, almost 20,000 people that are registered to vote, and you only get 4,700. And in the same damn election, 11,900 and some people came out to vote either for or against the referendum for the Keisha Farm. But when it came to you individuals, the numbers plummeted. If you were in business, where you had to make a profit to keep your doors open, and you didn't have the taxpayer that you could tax and tax and tax, you'd be trying to find a way to make yourself or your product good and better and saleable. But I guess you don't have to do that with the way the system is designed. It's just who gets the highest votes.
Mr.
Even if
Young?
it's only 15% of the entire
If you can start to
town.
wrap it up?
Yeah, I know.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm wrapping it up. But the fact remains, Mayor, this issue tonight is because of the Bello administration and the disgrace that they did on 5,285 people. And I hope those people decide to go in to vote next month or in November and do write-in votes and not vote for anybody, because you don't deserve to be up here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I have a motion to go into executive session?
Nobody else?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I thought she raised her hand. Okay. Sorry, Mike. I thought someone raised their hand.
I got you. Motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. We're in executive session.